to show you. As you may or may not be aware, the commentary is going to be a bit sporadic throughout the day. Most of us are playing as well, so hope you've been enjoying the matches so far. We have courts 1 and 2 on stream, and we're now commentating on court 2, which is Ronda versus AB's team.
I think B's 3.
Excellent. Which would be, in the vernacular, worker. Soldier bees. You can fact check us in the comments.
There's a lot of B's teams.
There's a lot of B's teams. There's a lot of Storm teams here today. There's a lot of teams around. We're playing on 6 courts here at the University of Warwick. Yeah, so let's get into it.
And as we waffle lots, Ronda just take the first set.
Yes, I was just setting you up to do a proper intro to the next set.
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, if I were a betting man,
right,
I would be fairly confident that Ronda are going to win this.
Yes. However, 8-minute sets does do strange things to people. 8-minute sets, 8-minute halves. 8-minute sets would be even worse. 8-minute sets would be so bad. But yeah, so again, as you can see that, the other thing we have to contend with today is that we're wall to curtain on the 4 side courts, and then curtain in the middle. So on these edge courts, great catch there from Bees. So that's just swung that one player into Bees' favour with 3 balls in hand. Oh, the Leicester scene Mike Coates making an appearance.
Generous. I think that must have been a play ball call there, because that was a very generous throwing too.
Yeah.
Giving Ronda possession and throwing against the wall. You kind of think this may be this frame.
Yeah. So I think especially it's about how to manage both those halves, isn't it? So you know you're going to have a possession positive half, if you want to call it that, against when you're facing the wall. But how do you mitigate that against the curtain?
It's where the retrievers are really key in getting in the way of those balls against that wall.
Yeah.
And just trying to stop them or at least slow them down to prevent that continuous volley against you.
Yeah, I think a bit of an interesting choice there from Ronda to release even when Bees, Ronda up in players and Bees were coming up. There we go, hit on the back for a catch, pop-up catch there for Bees for 92. Brings Patel back in, he made that fantastic catch in the first few phases. Now 3 on 4 in favour of Bees, 3 on 3, back to even. Yeah, I think especially if you're used to watching at St George's Court, it speeds everything up. The smaller run-off at the back just means that all the games move all the sets move so much faster, and especially when you're only playing 3 sets normally in a half.
Yeah, it's
through these games. Failed block there from Bees. That's frustrating. Straight in the forehead.
Yeah, that was a lovely header. Unfortunately, not, I think, what he was going for.
No, and that did just cinch Ronda the win there. So that's 4-0 to Ronda with my eagle-eyed eyesight.
Yeah, this Bees team, though, has been in it for quite a lot of these frames. Making, I think it's 3 catches so far.
Yes. Which in a St George's set is a lot of catches.
Yeah. You would expect to see a few more catches than at St George's because of the sort of speed of play.
Yeah.
You're given less options other than to try and go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think as well, I always find that bringing that back sort of visual marker back in, I think people tend to throw slightly higher, especially while they're warming up, and that gives away a few more catches. Although a lot of releases there and not much out of it.
Yeah, it looked like all of the Ronda players were calling it a bounce.
Yes.
And yes.
The refs just called them back in.
Yeah, it's nice when you see that little bit of honesty from everyone.
Yeah, so now B's only 1 player down with 4 balls. Let's see if they can maximise on that. 1 hit, 2 hits.
Yeah.
So the answer was yes.
And still got 3 balls as well.
And still got 3 balls. They've done really well out of that. Yeah. I think this, to be fair, it's potentially where we see the more experienced teams, so Ronda have been playing National League 1 this season. You can just see from the throwing timing, the confidence coming up court together, they're just a bit more slick than the Bees team.
Commentator's curse.
Wonderful single there from the middle, just couldn't quite be picked up by Ronda number 13.
Yeah, then again, this isn't a full strength Ronda team, and it's not the Ronda team
that we've been seeing at
that you're normally used to seeing. So arguably that possibly played into that, where there's that little bit of disjointedness that could have helped Bees secure that set. But also, again, another catch. A couple of lovely hits. Like,
there's plenty going on. I think there's a real sense of urgency when you play these kind of tournaments. So I also think people are far more likely to take those 50-50 throws. And if you're used to a slightly, not necessarily slower pace of throw, but slower pace of game, you could really get caught out by that second release. So, I've dodged this phase, I'm grand. And you look up, you're like, why have they released? But you've been hit anyway. And I think Bees really capitalise on that kind of thinking there.
Does that come from personal experience there?
I personally have never been victimised by what I would call a late second ball.
And pop up there, Lewis Steer not able to catch it cleanly, but Jago, I believe it was, made the catch
so
instead.
Steer, so I think there's someone in from the box, because Steer has not gone back in. So it's all even again on court 2, 5 on 5. Finding Dunfold again, or indeed Dunfold's shirt. Apologies, lots of people are wearing the wrong kits today because there's just so many people out and about.
I am enjoying the two players in different kits, one on each scene. It makes it seem like there may be a special libero rule in
exactly.
volleyball.
They can only do certain things. And unfortunately for Coates, that was get here and block it with your body straight into your teammate. So a great hit there from Ronda, and then just got tapped on the arse by the reply from Bees, which was well worth throwing. That's a good positive play.
Oh yeah, Tom was very happy taking that trade regardless, and the fact that he nearly got out from it. And I feel that may have only been the one ball that hit him there. So
exactly.
quite lucky that he wasn't able to turn around and secure that for Ronda. But another set to them, and it looks like this will be a last 30-second set.
So 6-2 on court 2 right now. So they've managed to fit a lot of dodgeball into what must have been just under 8 minutes. So as we say, we're going to the 30-second set, because with any time remaining on the clock, we go for 30 seconds and not a minute in this format. 3 balls to Ronda. No one choosing to quick start, which I think, to be honest, is sensible at this point.
And I feel this frame is really key, because actually if Bees take this...
it's a bit of a statement of intent.
Well, also, they're going into the half, not that far down. And as I say that, Ronda do take 2 players out, so in a commanding position with probably about 10 milliseconds left. 10 milliseconds.
Good recovery, Tim.
That's what I was going to say all the time.
All the time.
And do take that frame.
But so I think, especially for those of us, I won't tell you this much, for people like me who maybe feel a bit older in the sport, I don't play a lot of opens anymore. The format does give that sort of urgency. It can be quite difficult to get your claws into games. I think exactly as Tim was just saying, you've just seen that in those final 2 sets of that half, in that now Bees will go into the second half. Ronda will go into the second half 8-2 up. And that's a long way to go in a half where you're only guaranteed 3 sets.
It is and it isn't though, because this half they're going to have that possession.
True.
Actually, if they can utilise that and get their throws going in, I know they have made quite a lot of catches so far, which we're probably less likely to see in the second half. But if they can utilise those throws, utilise that possession, it's a very doable task.
And especially when, with the speed of return, when you are throwing to the wall, you can throw and have ball back in hand in 4 seconds? So you can, the balls thrown per minute can get a bit silly.
I do feel that it's not necessarily what Bees are going to want.
No.
I think they would almost prefer to have the wall again behind them, because I think they're quite happy to not have the possession.
Sit and catch.
To look for that catch, to look for that counter plays. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to actually adjust and use it.
So as these guys line up, we do have on court 1, which is also being streamed somewhere else on the BD YouTube, I'm sure. We think it's Storm 2's.
That does look like the Storm 2's team. Storm
2's versus Spartans, who is currently just at the beginning of the second half. Storm 2's 4-2 up. So that'll be an interesting one. Not saying that you should switch streams, but saying if you were interested, you could watch that as well.
And that does just highlight actually how quickly these games are going through on court 2.
Yeah.
That match only had 3 frames.
Yeah, exactly. And we played exactly the same amount of dodgeball.
And back to our court. That is a fantastic play. Ronda were already a player up, and then a beautiful hit, and then catch diving backwards there.
Yeah, from number 13. Yeah, 21 for Bees had just attempted a similar move, and unfortunately was unlucky. But yeah, that's how it's done with the Ronda player. So we are 4 players to 5.
And that block called there, so yeah, still remaining on 5 players.
So Ronda huddling up for the 4-ball release. Well, 4-ball possession. Great dodging again. Final ball hits Coates on the wing, but they do find Ronda's winger back, so that goes down as a 1-for-1 for that sort of whole play.
Also quite interesting play there with the last ball actually going, you know what, because I've got the curtain, I'm okay to be aggressive with this last ball.
Yeah.
Because you know that there is a good chance that
the
all the balls thrown are going to trap.
Still with you. Yeah, exactly. Oh, great blocking there from Howell. There we go, so we remain at 4-3 in favour of Ronda in terms of players, 3 balls to Bees.
And lots of pressure there from Mike, but again, that difference that he's just had to hold the ball, keep it calm, because he doesn't know that those balls are going to be trapped.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have as free reign to release.
Yeah.
And as soon as I say that, he does release, but only because he saw that throw come from the B side.
Yeah. And I think a really clever use of ball possession there. So Bees, even with only 3 players, choose to release 2 because they have the wall.
Yeah.
So they're probably going to get at least one of those back, and they find the hit. So now we're even Stevens. Another lovely 2-ball release, although one of those has ricocheted off the outbox. So 3 balls to Ronda.
But then again, you're completely okay with that because on a net-to-net scenario, that would still be what would happen normally.
Yeah.
And I believe that was a double hit there. Steer at the front, bumping it across, and a lovely no-look shot from Mike.
Oh, who's dancing very close to that back line. Lovely movement from both players. These aerial dodges.
Did seem pretty much a mirror image there of the 2 players back and forth.
Anything you could do, I can do at least as effectively. Good. Now, if you're Bees, what does a draw do to you psychologically right now, or are we going ham for the win?
Oh, I think there's still quite a lot of time left in this frame. So I think we are going to see...
Well, there we go. And the invalid from Howell. What a way to end the set.
I think after all of that lovely dodging, beautiful acrobatics, rather disappointing way to finish that frame off.
I will say, I think Bees deserve to get something out of all that play, so I'm pleased for them to have that set in the bag. So that'll bring us to 8-4 in favour of Ronda. So let's see if they can keep building on that momentum. Here we go. Good pressure up court, but they're going to hold for that 3rd ball. Yeah, get that.
It is something I've noticed about some of the, we were saying earlier, how Bees and Storm have quite a lot of teams here. It is quite surprising that actually that 3rd team, I believe 3rd team, actually we're okay to stop and reset there. Normally you see that sort of little bit of panic, excitement, and just decide to go through it. But because they've got the 1st team that is in Super League, they've got their 2s as well, they're really well drilled and they know how to manage a game far better than you'd necessarily expect.
Yeah, I do think that's one of the big advantages of playing in a larger club. Because as you say, that really does trickle down, just like that court awareness, that tactical awareness. And I'm sure they will be being taught it specifically as well. But you do absorb it by playing mixed in with your more experienced players as well. Yeah, again, confident to throw that 2nd ball because it might come back, but it does leave Bees with, they had 2, but they have 3 now because of the shot from...
a bit of a bold release there, giving them the 4th, especially because they've got the net.
Yeah. I'd say timing on that was beautiful, but a nice hop over from the Ronda player. So also, I feel like Bees have really settled in from maybe that 3rd set in the first half. They do, as you say, look very, very calm now. They look like they've got a game plan to execute. They know what they feel comfortable doing, and they're doing it in a very organised way. Yep. Only choosing to throw 1 this time, 3 balls again.
And yeah, I am really impressed with how bees are managing to utilise their throws really well. I was somewhat expecting them to struggle in this half, where I think they're a lot happier being thrown at because they have that at training, high quality players throwing at them. And just clipped him there, I think. Dropped down, possibly looking for that catch, but not able to steer it, which makes it 5 apiece.
I think
4 apiece.
Number 9 for Ronda just been hit. I was just going to say to you, I think sometimes when you do suddenly find that rhythm again, great catch from Ronda. There's that little bit you had to hold that patience.
Yes.
Because on both sides, I think we saw a slightly lazy or sort of over-ambitious dodge or catch attempt, which just sort of, in the end, ends up sort of selling you out when you've done so much good work to get to that point in the set of being even on players, up on players. And lots has happened while I was making potentially a less interesting point.
And yeah, so Ronda just able to manage possession, throw lots of times, and hit lots of times.
Yeah, lovely catch by their, what are they in volleyball, libero?
Libero, yeah.
Libero. Yeah, they had a few really good hits. So I think, again, the patience paid off there for Ronda. Also, Ronda not panicking. To be fair, we've been very complimentary of bees, but Ronda knew that they held the line and had enough players on to make a difference. You can all that matters is how many players are on when the whistle goes.
But you did notice there, when they made that catch, there were 2 singles at 2 different targets, and it's possibly just that slight immaturity, perhaps, from bees that they don't quite necessarily know how to manage that game in the dying seconds when the teams are quite tight on player numbers. So definitely helped him make that catch there.
Yes. 10-4 overall score. I do think, even as an experienced player though, I think if you see something go wrong for your team, if you are then holding a ball, the temptation, like, I can fix it, and then you release, you're like, I have potentially not helped.
And we are finding the slight problem with a curtain system. The balls, if placed quite low, can just tuck under them, and where we've got then multiple courts back to back, you can end up with that ball taking quite a while to get in. So,
we
game
did
just briefly paused, allowed to regate. And
another catch from the Librero, because that's all we've got. He's got Wales short. He's got Wales 99 on his shorts, but that's all we know.
Yeah, and you noticed the player that went off, just a resigned sigh. I think he's well aware that he probably shouldn't have placed it that position. Made it a little bit easy for the catch to be made. Obviously, the work still needs to be done.
Yes, but it does. You're talking 10-20% improvement on the catcher's chances, aren't you, by lifting it by a foot, something like that.
And nice pre-throw there, but unfortunately, Ronda able to punish getting 2 hits as well. And it does look like, as this game's gone on, Ronda have just settled into it a little bit more, and bees have just got that little bit flustered.
This
not
set's
quite
been
sitting to the game plan.
from Ronda. There we go. The whistle has gone.
And that is full time.
12-4, I believe. Don't have me. It was 12-4. Look at that. So I think, plenty to see there. Another sort of. I think, to be fair, you'd have looked at that on paper and been like, oh, bees are going to be in for a fairly terrible time. And if you look at the score, you might still agree with that. But as we said, plenty of decent play to watch. The sets going quickly. Lots of dodgeball played and attempted in that match. And we'll be back. Well, maybe not us, maybe other people. But we'll be back sporadically over the rest of the day to chat to you some more.
Enjoy your dodgeball.
Hello, welcome back to the British Open. We're currently watching Spartans 2 versus Wessex Wolves over on court 2. Spartans 2 with some youth in their team and some returning players. As Wessex take the first set on the final hit there, we are 2-0 to Wessex at the minute. Spartans 2 with a bit of a mixed team of some of their youth players, some players returning, Lewis Diggins, Elliot Webb, current player as well, and then bringing up some of their fantastic youth players for this opportunity. A great development side the Spartans have, and hopefully see this team perform really well. Spartans 2 getting promoted out of League 1 this season, winning the title, winning the gold medal. Not all the same players that are there for that league meet. Some of them are, but you don't tend to get the same kind of attendance for opens as you do for the league. Wessex going up 2 players early in this set. The Wessex side seen a lot of familiar faces. Gillingham on the left there. On that double running counter, really well timed. Blocks a pre-throw. I see a 10 years on the back of Mark's shirt there. Is this potentially a 10-year kit that Wessex have? I haven't seen this nice bright orange kit yet. What it's for, but that's cool. If that's the 10 years of Wessex Dodgeball kit, that's quite cool, I like it. Wessex gonna have all 5 balls. Take out Diggins. 2 left on the Spartan side, and they only get 2 balls back. That second ball hasn't gotten to court yet. And with that 2-ball attack, they're cleaning up as well. And then going into the trades. Wessex side ducking under the trade as well and surviving. They're going to take that set and go 4-0 up. I think on the near court we're supposed to have, or at least in the last fixture, we're supposed to be Pakistan Dodgeball, who it seems like unfortunately haven't turned up. Obviously very difficult coming from a different country, but shame we didn't get them involved in this in the end. Oh, nice poster there from Webb onto the winger of the Wessex side. They're going to go player up now. I think for leading for the first time in this game. Diggins unfortunately can't keep his hands on that catch. A late poster from the Spartan side, doesn't find anyone, so even here, 5-on-5. 3 balls on the Wessex side. Single into the middle, finds the hit onto the recovering Such. Just recently coming back into Dodgeball. Putting down the camera for now. Stepping onto the court for himself. Getting single balled. Got a single back into Wessex, has found another returning hit, so at 4-4, all level again. Wessex cross court finds the hit, good faking from the rest of the players there to draw the attention away. And then I think it's a double hit onto the winger, rebounding off Godfrey. Onto his winger. Takes Wessex 2 players up, single from Webb, goes past the block, but the pre-throw means they're going to have 4 balls. Probably going to see a pre-throw come out from Wessex here again. Goes to the block this time as Spartans target him. He's going to survive that. Just going to give them 3 balls now. Might see them just send 2, try and take out a target. Dodges high. Oh, I thought he got the block, but unfortunately can't. And the poster from Webb doesn't find it, so he's going to be in a 1v4 now. Very key time to pull something out. 4-2 would feel very nice for Spartans 2 here. 6-0 is going to feel like a mountain to climb already. Single ball over the top of Webb's shoulder. Nice shot. As he goes down to block on his side, Webb's just managed to take him on the back foot. Still in a 1v3 here. Over the top of him. Going into a trade, but blocked down. Webb chases him down, gets a single. He's going to chase Webb back, but decides to hold, wait for his team, take 3 balls. The smart decision, really. If Webb takes that catch and gets it to 2-2, that's very bad for Wessex. But we're going to see a bit of a trade there as Webb tries to go for the pre-throw. Wessex anticipate and take that single ball at the same time. Webb can't get that block off, and they take the hit. 6-0 Wessex. Having a little look around here, we've got Storm 2 against Virtue Empire. Storm 2 4-0 up. Looking at Spartans 1 versus Worker Bees. Spartans 1 up 8-0 over there. And I can't see the far side scores. So that'll have to do for now. British Dodgeball are updating the schedule though with the results. So if you're looking to keep track of how the scores are going, how teams are doing, then head over to the British Dodgeball website, onto events, and find the British Open on the second page of Adult Opens. And that is a set draw as we go into half time, 7-1. Yeah, they've got the schedule on there and keeping the scores up to date. Strong start for Wessex. They're in a very comfortable position here, 7-1. I think we're typically getting around 4 sets a half. So that's why, yeah, total of 8 set points. If you play it really slow with an 8-minute half, then you might get down to 3 sets. So if Wessex played it really, really slow now and just lost every set slowly, they could force a draw at 7-7. Obviously, they'd rather win. That's the kind of math that we're looking at here. There's still space for Spartans 2 to win this. A 9-7 win is very doable. But it basically means that they need to win every set from now. At worst, they can probably afford a set draw. But then they're still looking to just draw the game overall. Really, they're probably just going to say, in their team talk, we're just looking to win every set here. Or alternatively, just looking to improve on stuff in the second half to go into the next game after that as well. See Such in the outbox, talking through his teammates, strategy. Phil there in the outbox as well, experienced Wales coach. A lot of knowledge there in those teams. Wessex Wolves probably just looking for things that they're doing well. Keep doing those, improve on those. Don't go too far into the chaos or anything like that. The structure has worked for them so far. Just taking those big single ball hits. Strong on the running counters when they need to be. They are throwing at the wall this time though, so they really can't afford to just go into like single ball attacks. They don't need a fast game at all, so might see them just throwing a lot of singles into the middle. If they miss, that ball comes back. Not the end of the world at all. Whereas Spartans, when they send a single ball, if they don't hit, if it doesn't bounce off their chest and come back, they're going to lose possession. So they really only get one chance at a time at that. There's a downside of these kind of sports halls where we use the space so efficiently. Great catch from Such in the middle and manages to stay on court, stays off the back line. With a little help from his teammates. He goes forwards, try and make a single ball hit. Never do two things though, as he is caught up high on the Wessex side. Completely wiping out the catch he just made. That's a rough feeling. Oh, nice post throw from Gillingham on the left-hand side. Takes him up 3 players. We see a single ball beat the block of Wilson on the Spartan side. They're going to have 3 balls now. Big pre-throw, double pre-throw comes in, finds the hit. No hit from Spartan on the single, so Wessex stay up 6-1. Do I want to see a 1v6 here? Yes, I absolutely do. But Gillingham says no. Catch on the first single that's on target. That's kind of the risk you got to take when you're in a 1v6. If you're going to try and hit everyone, on the extremities, really well-positioned throws, they're just going to be dodging them. You're going to spend too long and trying to throw, getting tired. You really got to, odds are against you anyway. It's time to just take some risks. Send the balls down the middle at the gut and hope they drop them. Once you get into like a 1v3 maybe, 1v2, you can start being a bit smarter with it. But early on, you just need hits. And if you get caught out, so be it. Wessex going to take 3 again. A single into the middle, again bouncing off the back. Yeah, as I was saying, it is a shame that you have this kind of slightly imbalanced courts in this kind of arena, but we've got to use the space to the max, fitting in 8, I can't count, 6 courts. Sometimes I set this up with 3 wide, which is one thing that's high. 6 courts in the space is the best way to kind of, get all the games that we can play. It means you can have big tournaments like this, because otherwise you just won't be able to fit all the games in the day. And at the very least we have 2 halves, so you have one side thrown at the wall, one side with the wall behind you. Does balance things out a little bit. Nice cross court there, but dodged by Spartans. Such on the counter, but is countered himself for the trouble. Wessex up 2 players. Big free throw, takes the trade. Good for the Wessex side. Now a 1v3, a lot more doable than this 1v6 in the previous set. Single balls over the top. That's the kind of safe ball that Wessex can afford to throw. Just time out the set. We see aggression here on the Wessex side, stepping up into it, ready for that running counter, and hit through the block onto the arm. Good position in there from the Wessex side, just trying to draw him in. Get him close enough that as soon as he sends that one ball, you can take a step in and immediately take that quick counter while he's very high up court. Having a look at the courts again, Spartans 1 up 12-0 against Worker Bees. Virtue Empire down 6-2 to Storm 3. Or Storm 2, sorry, I think. One team is up 4-0. Oh, Saints up 4-0 against Nighthawks Women's over on the other court. The other 2 teams were the men's teams, the other games. And that's the limit of my vision. Nice post throw from Gillingham. Takes out Phil Jones. A double hit from the Spartan side onto the entire left wing of Wessex. Puts them up a player. Evened out, but the post throw evens it again, and then a double. Oh, Such survived past Such. Onto Tilsbury, I think that is. A player up on the Spartan side. Wessex trying to pressure with 2 balls. Might see a single this time though. Single onto the wing, takes the hit. Back to 2v2. Nice shot through the block. See 3 balls. No pre-throw in, but on the running counter now. Hit through the block as he's charging up. Great shot by Peel. Just taking advantage of the Wessex players charging into him and gets him through the block. Such with a high line, blocks low. Spartans wait with the 3 balls. They're going to send 2 at the same time, I bet here. Pre-throw. It's just a single. Peel putting some pressure on while Such dodges under. Wessex now with the 3 balls. Going to see a running counter here probably. Such under some pressure and he stays high, and Such hits as he goes low. Good set win from the Spartans 2 side. Wessex still in control of this game at 11-3. Probably into the final set now. 2 minutes remaining, says the referee, Sam Warble. Free throw onto Jones. Oh, I thought that hit. Oh, I saw that completely wrong. Free throw onto Jones. Free throw back onto Wessex. Post throw, almost a pre-throw post throw. Very, very fast post throw. From the Wessex side, takes the hit. Oh, post throw pops up off the block as Such takes the catch. Potentially breaking his own arm at the same time, and gets the block off on the side. Oh no, he doesn't. Takes the catch off his own block, but then hit by a late throw from the Wessex side. Wessex player charging up there. takes the hit, but I think line faults, maybe? Trade there as 2 balls onto the right wing, but the pre-throw takes the hit back. We're in a 2v2 once again. Big pre-throw. Free-throw trade, Jones against 10 years. Oh, and a hit through the block onto Phil Jones. Unfortunate. Good honesty, but the Wessex player just apologising to Such there for hitting him when he wasn't really paying attention. I think just saying he was frustrated with himself for not paying attention at that time. It's understandable. Single into the middle, finds no one but bounces back. Wessex get the reload, they're going to go again. Jones takes the catch. Off the single and the shot up court. Wins out in the trade, doesn't give his own life for it. Time short as Such takes the catch in the middle, just to be sure that they win the set. That is set Spartans 2, 13-5 to Wessex in the end though. Hope you enjoyed that game. Plenty more to come today. This is just early group stages so far. There's some big knockout games later in the day. We'll see you later. I'll catch you in the next one. Hello again, welcome back to the British Open British Dodgeball live stream. We're just getting set up here for... Sure. We're just getting set up here for Silverbacks versus Mighty Eagles. Just been joined by Catherine here. Are both mics for this one?
Morning. Well, afternoon actually.
Just about afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mighty Eagles on the left versus Silverbacks on the right. With 4 balls. Do they want to maybe get a fifth? It's in the net.
It's in the net. There we go. It wasn't even the one I could see, to be fair.
Just getting set up with the right number of balls. Expectations for this game?
So, I was just trying to work it out on paper. So, Bedford Eagles, while this is not necessarily all the normal personnel, have been playing Super League this season. Whereas Coventry ones have been in League 1 this season.
Yes.
Yes, so on paper, Bedford Eagles game, you'd have thought. However, looking at the lineups, I think this will be very close and will potentially put Cov ahead.
Yes, I think similar. I think I'm looking at expecting Cov to be the stronger team here.
You see, they're not lucky for throwing power.
They don't have Josiah on the Eagles side, who is
Yes.
a pretty key part of kind of their play on the...
Yeah, so in terms of experience heads, you're probably looking at Tom Gower, you're probably looking at Tom Wilkins to really be that tactical powerhouse, whereas you've got a lot of experienced players over there on the Coventry 1 team. Great catch. Very good.
Taking out Ryan, big thrower from the Silverback side. That's a nice early out for them. There's a lad in the middle on the left on Eagles. I can't remember his name, but we played him in earlier this season, and I think we drew to Eagles. I think we lost the Storm 2, drew to Eagles.
Yeah.
And in that Eagles game, in the second half, he was a very key thrower for them in the middle. He's not like the most survivable, but my God, can he throw a ball?
Yeah. Well, and sometimes you've got one massive skill and you can stay in long enough to use it. That's all you need to do.
I think his best, the key to keeping him alive was the kind of like the pressure from the wings on the Eagle side and Josiah on one side, Gower on the other for a bit, keeping that pressure off him so he can kind of survive on the backtrack. You know, get him to the front, get him to throw a big shot, and then he can't really go back without just being taken out by their wingers. Yeah. That's going to be good for them in this if they can get him throwing. It's going to be even better in the second half when he's thrown against that wall and that ball just keeps coming back and they can just keep reloading.
Yeah, because myself and Tim were commentating earlier and we were saying it really does feed into the... big nice catch on the pop-up.
Good awareness. That's a good shot, chase him into the middle, but there's just too many Eagles players on the court still.
Yeah, gosh, it really has turned on a sixpence there. So 1 player left in for Coventry Silverbacks. Yeah, big arm there.
The pressure on the Eagles side, don't need too much. Every ball bouncing back. Still 4 balls on the Silverback side.
So this is potentially the only situation in the side where you wouldn't be mad about having the curtain behind you.
Yeah. That's a nice single. He's got some power behind that throw.
Yeah.
Tight.
Control from Wilkins. 2 hits!
Doesn't
there we go.
hit through the block though.
Yeah. That could have been, if that had made contact with Wilkins, that would have been huge.
Yeah.
3 hits in as many seconds. Yeah. So, yes.
I wasn't sure exactly what was called there maybe, but they did win the set.
Yes, so...
Unsure what they were, maybe looking for the ball? No?
And there's a query about a line or something. Time has been stopped, I believe.
It looks like, if I'm interpreting the body language, it looks like Wilkins, on that running counter, may have line-faulted as he's running up, which means the 2 running counters from the Eagle side, one of them was hit, and then the second one was line-faulted on the side, which means he's out before he hit him. So really, we should be resetting back to 1 player on the Silverback side and 2 players on the Eagle side.
I think it's Wilkins is out. It would only be Gower left on the.
Is it just Gower?
I think it would have been 1-on-1.
On the single and then one.
Yeah, so it was a double.
Oh.
It was a double on the far side from us. And then,
oh, here we go. Back into a 1v1 then. What a turnaround for Silverbacks. A bit of good fortune there with Wilkins, unfortunately just finding the sideline as he runs up on that double counter.
now 3 balls to Eagles, and Gower should have his foot on the back line. There we go. Now, Gower, renowned catcher. And I'm sorry, I don't know the Silverback's name, but we've already seen an excellent arm.
So far is he's got a hell of an arm in him. I think his big player is going to be getting Gower to run up forward and then throwing through his block. Or just get him on the backtrack. Or wait until the
timeout. Yeah, so I think especially in these 8-minute halves, I think Gower will have known that actually taking that draw out of what think it was a win, going for one, really I think is a kind of a good result for everyone. There's not been too much of a momentum swing either way.
Yes, Eagles were up 4
players,
but you've got to look at it at the point you're at. It's that some cost fallacy.
Yeah.
Gower could have gone for it there and really sold everything out, but had they lost the set at that point from the 1v1, it's even worse.
Yeah.
And he's not really got a good opportunity. He's just trying to throw through his block. Yeah, just play that timeout, take the 1-1. But absolutely huge for Silverbacks.
Many hits.
Gower going for the rebound catch with, I think, no one out at the time. And that pop-up ball, the rebounding off the Silverback side, baits in Gower. Wilkins isn't paying attention, and Silverbacks take out 2.
We've got him a lot of enthusiasm for the game on court 3 at the moment, so apologies if the audio is not brilliant.
We're looking at the Altrincham Dodgers
versus Bedford Rangers.
Quite a young team with their parents in the stands, and as you can imagine, their parents are giving them all the beans from the fans box.
Yeah.
They're playing Rangers at the same time. 1-1 at the minute.
Yeah, it's a 1-1 on both courts, and it's player advantage to Silverbacks still on court 2, 6 players to 4. There's just so much throwing depth on this Coventry team.
You almost be fooled into thinking that Silverbacks are not necessarily trying to hit Eagles.
There we go. Lovely.
Proving that point incorrect.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of being on the side, throwing into the wall for this first half. If you send a few off target, you generally get that ball back.
Yeah.
You get a nice reload and you get to go again.
Yeah. I think there we go.
Old plays from the Eagle side trying to get that ball.
And it has paid off. I think he will have had a moment where he looked up and saw Dan Ryan releasing and thought, has this been the best choice I've ever made? But it's paid off. 3 balls to Coventry, 1s.
I'm probably expecting 2 balls here. Probably onto the left wing. There it is.
Yep.
Takes him on the shin with both balls, I think. In that kind of, when you're up by a couple of players, 3 players here, and you're throwing at the back wall, it becomes so much better even to just throw 2 balls.
Well, exactly. When the maths works out so much easier, when the maths on the balls works out, we're definitely going to get at least 1 back. It's always what I choose to do.
Post throw onto
Chandler. Successful.
Yes.
3 balls to Bedford Eagles. Single down the wing. Yep. Coventry very happy to just gather that ball, go with 3, and again, 2 ball release, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm sending to probably onto the right wing.
Nice. It's like you're psychic.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see them running up that way. Was that a single? Close to the toes, but not quite.
Yeah. 4 balls now to Eagles.
Nice free throw from Ryan.
Yeah.
Onto the shin and then takes the post throw catch. Beautiful little play to close out our set.
Yeah.
It's like a fairly confident set win to go 3-1 up now.
Yeah, I did that because I just said actually on aggregate, Eagles looked more in control in the first set, but that was very dominant by Silverbacks.
Yeah, I'd say probably equally controlled, except a bit of brilliance from the Silverback side in that first set.
Yeah. That was a sort of flash moment where they really capitalised, whereas that one looked Coventry all the way.
So
what a take there from 26. Pop-up catch in the middle of an attempted tombstone. Ryan's thrown through the block of Tom Wilkins. 4 players on now for Bedford Eagles. I think some frustration in the box about how to time the play. This will be a short set, I believe. Well, it will have to be, because we didn't play a particularly short set last set.
Yeah, 2 fairly long sets. Takes us to about 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Only 8-minute halves, so it's going to be a short, about 2-minute set after that.
Yeah.
I think the last set ended early, so maybe we're in like 2.5 minutes.
Yeah. Hit. I think the throwing power on that Silverback side really is challenging these blocks for Bedford Eagles. Yeah. And unfortunately, if you can't defend yourself with ball in hand, it's a very difficult place to be. Lovely toe shot from Gower onto Ryan. How have we got now? So we've got 5 on 2 in favour of Silverbacks. Slow third ball. There we go.
Silverbacks not needing to start play until that ball comes back into the court. Double running, finds no one, they're left with 1 ball on the Eagle side, which with 4 players, at least 4 players left on the Silverback side is probably going to mark the end of the set, to be honest. Sending all 4, all 3 balls, lovely dodge.
Lovely dodge.
I speak too soon.
The opposite of commentator's curse for once.
Curse Silverbacks there.
Oh, another toe shot from Tom Gower. Oh, aerial dodging. Again.
He's gone high, he's gone low, he's got it all.
Yeah.
But that is, unfortunate time.
Yeah. Oh, that is a little frustrating. I think the end of that, if that had been a 3-minute set, there was some interesting dodgeball to come there. But we will leave that.
Oh, was that a full 3 minutes?
I think it might have been.
It was a longer set than I thought it was. Oh, there it is.
There we go. Right, we're not going mad. That was a shorter set. So we are now
5-1.
5-1 to Coventry, indeed. So, I think it's fine margins for Bedford Eagles. There's, and they are not being helped here by the shortness of the halves.
No.
Because I think if you give them an extra 2 halves in a 15-minute half, there, it would probably have come out more like 5-5.
Yeah.
But can they pick up momentum during this half time? If you were thinking of like 1 or 2 key tactical changes for Eagles, what would you be thinking?
So, environmental first. You've got the wall.
You've got the wall.
You can throw more singles into the middle. You can look for, extremities. You can look for onto shoulders, onto shins and stuff, because you should hopefully be getting the ball back quite a lot. Also can translate into just openly throwing 2 balls quite a lot. If you throw 2 balls into the middle, if you miss, that could be quite beneficial, because as soon as you throw 2 balls, you see a lot of teams throw a post throw or a running counter or something. And if you've hit 2 at the wall, they come back, they throw a post throw, then you've got 4 balls.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you're taking out the key player.
Yeah.
And then you do the exact same thing again next time.
Yeah.
It can be, there's some good tactics to take advantage of here, and with a couple of big throws in the middle of the Eagles side, I think that's what they need to be looking to do. Maybe just being a bit braver with sending 2 balls into the middle a bit more often.
Yeah.
Not every time, don't want to be too predictable.
No, exactly. So it'll be interesting whether, because I completely agree, those are the kind of tactics I'd be looking to play sort of in this orientation, but the single ball throwing skill of that Coventry team, is that enough to counteract sort of that change in tacticals? Line foot on the start is not how they want to start this half, but good dodge there from Eagles on a 1-ball release from Coventry Silverbacks.
Pressure from Wilkins, but I like waiting.
Yeah.
Wait for the 3-ball, nice structured it, single into the middle.
There we go.
A bit low this time, but that's it. They get reloading, it's going to go again.
Exactly, and as you see, ball in hand so fast. Like the number of throws you can fit into a minute playing these tactics.
To the leg of Ryan. Put a rebound catch into the hands of Chandler.
Yeah, Ryan neatly steps off court into the outbox and straight back onto court. That was unfortunate. It was a great placed hit, but good awareness from Chandler to pick that one up. So Coventry remain with 6 players on, 4 players for Bedford Eagles. Single down the middle, managed to be retained. Fair cop, fair cop.
Yeah, good trapping from the Silverback side. They're going to take 3 now.
Yeah.
They need to be a little more valuable with their single ball attacks if they want to be like kind of making those hits and ending the set like that. But at the same time, I think
that was better.
They're quite good post throw, free throw team.
Yeah.
So if they're going to win it with 2 balls, I think they'll be perfectly happy.
Yeah.
They can draw Eagles into the trades. That's fine by them.
Yeah. I think one thing I will say that both teams are doing really well, if you look at Bedford Eagles on the right-hand side of your screen, even though they're off when they're playing on the back foot, great hit there from Wilkins. Those wingers are still pressing up. Yeah. And even though they might shrink quite back once the other team is advancing, that's fine. You still put it in the other team's heads that you will try and hit them. 2 fantastic singles from Eagles. And I think exactly what you're saying, Matt, they're now going more upper chest. Yeah. So it's risky, but if you place it on shoulder, that will work. And another skim. Let's go.
Huge single from the Eagles side. They brought this set back from
Yeah, 6-4.
now 4-3. 2 balls into Ryan, blocks both low.
Yeah.
Pressure from Gundit on the right side. Against Wilkins. Couldn't quite keep him from throwing completely.
Yeah, bounce against Gower.
On the
Hit.
counter, put Ryan through the block.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's that confidence that really experienced players on the commentary team, like Ryan. They've got ball in hand at back of court and they see that opportunity. They're not going to hold back, and that really has turned around this set in favour of Coventry. Look at that, 3-on-1. Pop-up catch.
And that's another pop-up catch for Silverbacks.
Yeah.
Good awareness again. The pressure from the wingers and Silverbacks are really good as well. Like
Yeah.
Ryan putting on that kind of pre-throw pressure just takes a bit of the speed out of that counter from Eagles. Doesn't leave his teammates hanging. And
Yeah.
I say that it was a really nice shot onto the knee.
Yeah. And I think that's
Great decision, but
that's the problem, because it's also such a mental game then for Bedford. Because if you're like, oh, I'm making really good hits, which is true, but you're still getting caught because the awareness for the pop-up is right there. Where do you go from there?
refs are having another conversation.
As they are
I'm
want to
feeling
do.
a little bit of deja vu here.
Yeah.
This is exactly what happened in the first set.
Yeah.
The first half. The same way round. And I'm wondering if they're actually saying, it wasn't a pop-up catch.
Yeah.
Or
Oh yeah, and it comes to nothing. That's fine.
that would have been good.
7-1 to Silverbacks, unless something's about to change.
Would have been a nice repeat.
Yeah. Right, here we go. 6 players on. I'd imagine that was a relatively long, I'd say 2:30. Oh, bloody hell.
Late run-off from the Eagles.
Gower sacrifices himself. I think, to be fair, it's very loud in the hall. So Bedford unfortunately missed that one. But yeah, so 3 balls in the hands of Eagles with 1 player down. Where are we at? Bounce. Second pre-throw finds target on the middle Bedford Eagles player there. A little bit of out-of-step throwing timing, but they were under a lot of pressure.
Ball passed over to
Yeah.
Ryan, only for him to be 2 balls.
Yeah. I think it's always a debate, isn't it? If it's that late in the phase, like, do you actually pass the ball? Like, it's catch from Marek. Great takes. Alex Taylor comes back in. Wilkins is sent packing. 5 players to 3 in favour of Silverbacks, and a hit there. I think certainly momentum has swung in Silverbacks' favour now.
Yeah, it's been a confidence set for them.
Yeah.
And 2 balls.
Oh.
Just a flip.
And you can see it in the body language on a few of the Eagles players. Like, it's a short half. There'll probably only be 1 set after this. But the block catch. The comeback is on. Let's go. Gower and friend. Apologies, sir. Number 11 for Bedford Eagles has had a fantastic match, to be fair.
Gower tries to delay, but can't
Yeah.
get it. And then they go again, but still can't find the feet of Walton.
Right, I reckon we've got a decent while left in this set, though. I think they can afford to go for, like, 2 balls on 1 target, 2 balls on 1 target. There we go. Hit on Corbin. Yes, I think potentially Corbin felt a little aggrieved that Taylor wasn't looking for the pop-up there. 3 balls. Oh, Taylor called out. 2 on 2.
For a line, potentially. Walton
Hit there.
skirting that back line, but hit for his
And I said, just as I was commenting on the real momentum shift to Silverbacks, can Bedford Eagles do it on a sort of mediocre day in Warwick? Bit high, but equally. Oh! Gower can't take it in the air. Well read by Marek.
That's going to be tough. Although very aggressive on the Silverbacks side. I think Silverbacks really, yeah. Just
Take the draw. Yeah, yeah. I like. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the right decision. Like, that was probably catchable, but he doesn't need it. Silverbacks do not need the catch right now. If I was Eagles, though, let's catch this one. He's going to have no choice. Oh, there we go. Number 11 for Bedford Eagles. What a set.
Stepping up for his team.
Yeah, taking a few deep breaths there. It is stressful being the last player in, but he's done so well there. Congratulations, sir. Oh,
Very, very key set.
for Craven.
Did I just see the ref 1 minute?
Potentially, I think that would be about right. I feel we had 2 long sets.
We're on 30 seconds.
It'll be 30 second. It'll be 30-second reset sets, if you see what I mean.
So Eagles can win this within under a minute and take it to a final.
Yeah.
However, unlikely.
Yeah. Blocked by Wilkins. Big plays from Altrincham, drawing huge reactions from the crowds, as you can hear.
6-4 up.
6-4 up. That is very good, to be fair. But back to the matter in hand. More blocking by Wilkins. Very nice. 3 balls to Bedford Eagles. No players out so far on court 2, so 6 on 6. A hit there onto number 0 for Silverbacks. Great confidence from the middle player there for Eagles. 3 balls to Silverbacks. Block. Three balls. Were we talking about Eagles blocking before half time, or were we talking about Coventry's blocking? I can't remember. When you block well, it's helpful.
We were talking about Silverbacks beating the blocks.
Yes, I think that has improved in the last few sets.
Certainly a good 2 ball.
1 for 1 with Gower. I think they'll be quite happy with that. That's a key player to have taken it on the Coventry side. Oh. In a moment, I will have to shoot because I'm on next game. I believe we're behind on all courts. So we'll see if we can see the end of this one.
Should be 20 seconds left.
Yep, referee's looking at his watch.
I see 2 or 3 balls thrown here. Just to see
Oh.
Eagles happy to play out the time, I think.
Yeah, because
They know that they just need to see the set out.
in a group format as well, the difference between losing by 2 sets, trying to push it, and losing by 1 set might be very consequential. That is full time. I'm going to shoot. Thank you very much, Matt. Nice to see you.
Thank you. So it's been 7-5 to Silverbacks. Silverbacks holding out in the final set, losing slowly enough that they can take it to time. Silverbacks going to take the win. Let's have a little look at the schedule on this court. See what we got coming up next. On court 2, you can find the schedule for yourself on the British Dodgeball website. Keep track of the scores and everything that's happened so far. Court 2, we've just seen Eagles, Silverbacks, and next up, Nottingham Sheriffs, Phantoms 2.
I did not actually know this when I came to sit down to commentate. This isn't me deciding to support our girls at all?
Yes. I thought you were playing for a minute there, Tim.
Oh, no. that definitely would have been worse.
This is Women's Group A, Nottingham Sheriffs, and this is Derby Phantoms 2. Tim is not playing. We'll be here in the commentary box. Expectations for this game?
I don't really know. Neither of these teams are teams that I've particularly watched, and definitely not watched play each other.
Yeah. I'm roughly in the same boat.
I feel Derby 2s are going to be very well drilled, playing a very slow, methodical game, and I think Sheriffs may be a little more excitable, which if the players themselves then perform in that excitable state, I think they could do incredibly well and just sort of demolish Derby. But I'm not necessarily expecting that to happen, and I feel it could be quite tit for tat. Derby winning slow, methodical games, and then occasionally Sheriffs just winning a short set.
It's a bit of a high risk, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of thing. You go in a bit more chaos. I mean, that's why teams try and keep control, try and play slowly, because when you go more chaotic, you have less control.
Yeah. I will say though, you see a lot of teams struggling to remain calm and collected because it's a short court.
Oh yeah.
The balls aren't taking an age to get back on court. Even if you're on the net side, it's still only being stopped a metre and a half off the court. So then if your retrievers are on it, the balls are getting back in very quickly, and it just sort of builds tempo because you don't have that like, oh, we just need to wait 5 seconds for the ball to come in.
It does, yeah. It's sad you don't really think about much with like kind of keeping the games faster. Like naturally being in a sports hall where you need to fit in 6 courts, you have slightly smaller arenas. Whereas St George's Park, we have loads of room, but it does lead to slightly longer like retrieving times. Slows the pace down a little bit. I don't think that's bad. It's nice to have like slower pace and faster paced moments. But I mean, this is what tournaments are all about. It's 8-minute halves. It's meant to be chaos. Having the smaller arena where balls come in faster and you're just back into the play every time it's all part of the dance.
Well, especially because it's the 30-second frames as well.
Oh yes.
Suddenly, actually, if you win both of those, yeah, so that's quite a significant portion
like
of a match.
Of the game. You win those 2 30-second sets at the end. In 30 seconds, that goes fast.
Yeah.
You get like one run off, you get a run off, maybe a throw, and then you got 20 seconds left already.
Yeah. Yeah, especially if you are the team that like decide to manage it and to play for that 30 seconds.
Yeah.
A lot of the time you can literally do 2 things, and that's your whole 30 seconds.
Yeah. As soon as you go down a player as well, you just have to start opening things up. I think the Killer Bees played one against Thunder Dodge, and 30-second set in the final set, it was 1 single. Aiden was caught, that was it. Aiden Woodall, Aiden at British Dodgeball, was caught off his single. So Bees down 1 player. And then I think a pre-throw maybe took out a 2nd player. So we were just like, right, go, time to go, time to go. Everyone through, all ham. In a 30-second set, we got down to 2v2.
Wow.
In the final place. That's
yeah,
the kind
that's
of chaos
impressive.
you get in those kind of sets. And like you say, the balls are just kind of bouncing around a lot closer to the court. They get back in even without the retrievers. So then instead of kind of having like a 5-ball exchange, you've got 6, 7, 8. It just keeps going. Oh, we love it.
Yeah, the amount of times you've seen like one team do a running counter for the other team to get possession back in and proceed to do a running counter back, and it just keeps going like 2, 3, 4 times.
It makes it a lot harder to. It does make it a lot harder to keep that kind of plan and structure, to be fair.
Yeah.
Because if your plan is, well, if they ever send a 2-ball attack, then we'll go on a running a counter or something like that. Then that kind of falls apart when you go on your running counter and that ball just comes back to them.
Yeah.
Like off the wall or off a retriever straight away. Like if they get that ball in fast enough, then.
It's where the player awareness really is key, because you need to be able to, despite not necessarily anyone saying it, realise, oh no, actually, that's come off the wall, I'm doing a running counter, I'm changing my mind halfway up, because actually I've seen that ball go past me, and I know that, I could probably get this hit, but there's a good chance that that ball will end up in an opposition's hands a couple of metres away from me, and I'm going out straight afterwards.
Yeah, you don't often need to pay as much attention to the off-court parts in like National League in a more open court as you do in a tournament. You need to know where all those balls are, whether they are on court or off court, if they're going to be coming back in soon. All adds to the excitement. There's Sheriffs and Phantoms 2 getting ready to get started here. Phantoms 1 and Phantoms 1 ladies and Sheriffs 1 men's coming to support as well. Both teams have got a crowd. It's nice to see teams supporting each other.
Yep, from the commentary box if necessary. I'm totally supporting my team here. It is always nice playing when you've got that little bit of crowd around as well.
It is.
It does change up how it feels to play. Nothing worse than being last game slot at St George's Park with no one there because everyone's gone home.
Yes.
And it's literally just you versus the opposition with the refs.
Yeah. The good news is if your last game at St George's Park and you're having a really good game, and then your court's been delayed, then you finish after everyone else. So then those last few minutes, the crowds start coming in. If it's a close game, you're going to get more people crowding around, and then the crowds really start building. That's good fun. Here we go.
We're underway.
Sheriffs versus Phantoms 2. Sheriffs with the first shot, a block, and then a post-throw catch.
Yeah.
Great start from the Sheriff side.
A little bit of a questionable post throw there. That was a very long way to try and get that hit. And a nice throw there from Sheriffs, getting a second player out, so 2 players up.
It's a bold start. I don't hate it from from Phantoms trying to throw that in. Yeah, I don't hate it like trying to test him early. I should say as well, with the short games, with 8-minute halves, you often don't have time to do that kind of testing too much. So you need to load fast. So I think Phantoms are going to need to be saying straight away, right, let's not throw any catches at her. Oh, great catch from the Phantom side.
So Sheriffs ended up getting 2 hits, but also giving away a catch.
So second hit.
So 3 against 5, I believe.
I think kind of an even play there from Sheriffs overall.
And Derby managing to get a hit and get the ball back despite throwing into the nets this first half. So let's see if they can keep up that pressure.
Single blocked. Post throw goes by.
Couple of fakes up the centre of court as well, just keeping everyone honest, making sure there's no opportunity for a running counter.
Good line from the Sheriff side, put some pressure on from the wingers. You don't want that kind of flat back line where everyone's on the back, just in front of the back line, playing nice and defensive. Nice 2-ball into the middle. Counter catch from the Sheriff side. Fumbles it a little bit, but managed to keep hands off it. On it before it goes off court. Free throw blocked and cleaned up. The Sheriffs to take the set win. I felt like a short set.
Yeah, pretty convincing as well, ending with 4 players on. So
yeah. I think your points earlier on about Phantoms being a bit more disciplined, Sheriffs being maybe a bit more chaotic. I don't think it was really anything that Sheriffs did to get the chaos. 2 good catches from post throws and running counters, and then a couple of single ball, double ball hits.
Yeah, it was actually entirely different to what I said. So yeah, just smart, sensible play, and Derby were actually the ones that possibly pushing it a little bit too much at times.
Yeah, I think the post throws and running counters, it's not a bad idea. It's a fine way to play when you keep possession as well.
And looks
a bit of an injury on
time off.
Just making sure that Luna's okay.
Not. I think possibly ankle that just twinged a little bit as she was moving. So
not bad enough to need to stop. But yeah, the post throws and running counters absolutely fine. As long as you're not putting them straight into the gut, that's the point.
Yeah.
And Sheriff's are going to punish that if you do. I've seen a very post throw heavy game though.
Yeah.
Definitely leans more into the chaos side.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because I don't think we've seen that much on any of the courts so far.
Yeah.
So interesting to see how that pays off. And Sheriff's coming up to throw. Luckily, that ankle is not worrying her.
Nice hit onto the winger of Sheriff's. Makes Phantoms up a player.
And time is paused again for a lace.
It's not an injury this time. Just preventing injuries. Yeah. Tighten those shoelaces. Double knots, please. Sheriff's going to have the 3 balls.
Opting to throw 2, but not connecting. And Derby very, very sensibly go up and punish that. Still ending up with 3 balls as well.
Just outside the body. Free throw from the Sheriff's side. Doesn't find the hit this time, but putting that pressure on, trying to like slow down that single ball attack with that threat of a free throw. Good line from the Sheriff's side, but a great shot. 2-ball onto the toes. Takes Derby up 3 players.
Yeah, I feel that first game was just a little blip from Derby, and they're now able to settle into what they know, what they do well, which discipline. Is that double running counter. And that was actually the point we were making earlier, that those players themselves were the ones who are aware those balls were rolling, made the call to stop and reset, because that could have been 5 balls to the Sheriff's side. So very smart play.
It's definitely on that side, with the wall behind you. You never really want to be like overzealous with post throws. Running counters are the way to go, because you just get a second or 2 for your team to shout at you, no holes, we haven't trapped that ball. If you throw a post throw straight away, you don't know whether that ball's come back off the wall or not, and you've just given them 4 or 5 balls. running counter, you get to go up, put that threat on, and then throw it if you've kept the balls. What we're seeing from Phantoms really, sort of post throw early on in the first set, but I think that's pretty much it. After that, it's just all been running counters.
Yeah, it is how Derby love playing, and unlucky to not get the catch there, and a cheeky attempt from the back of the court as well. It was a bit of a... I'm assuming there isn't long left in the frame, which is why she went for it, but probably a little bit bold otherwise, and there is the whistle.
Down, trying to take a bit of a gamble.
Yeah.
Pushing up for the pre-throw. It makes the throw from the Derby side a lot worse, potentially catchable, but unfortunately good placement from Cade. Just on the knees as she drops down.
And that evens it up at 2 apiece.
That was a confident looking set from Phantoms, maybe in their stride now.
Yeah, very much so. Be interesting to see if Sheriffs are able to adapt and change up what's going on.
See if they can draw Derby into more chaos, and that's the kind of thing they're looking for. Aggressive single counter. Cannot find a hit, but also survives the post throw again.
Yeah, I mean, I was quite surprised that neither of those throws caught anything on the way through. And that's good work from the retreaters of Derby there, making sure that possession isn't a guarantee against the wall.
Again on the running counter.
Ooh.
Trade survived by the Sheriff side, takes him up a player. That's the kind of chaos that they're looking for.
Yeah. And I don't know if you can hear that excitement. That is the Saints Meteors game. Not quite sure what happened.
Taking a nice rebound catch on the Saints side. Oh, lucky to not take the catch on the backtrack there for Sheriffs.
And the Sheriffs player there just deciding to settle with 3 balls, which I think is the right decision. I think they need to play that little bit slower, just calm it down, make sure they're keeping hold of possession, and to negate Derby's ability to do that running counter that they love to do. Nice block there.
Both blocks, but again 2 balls onto the wing on Derby, and then through the block as she charges up.
And this is exactly what we were saying earlier, that it's not just that one phase and then a counter. Suddenly, actually, there can be counters both ways at all times.
Yeah.
So,
and then
Sheriff's beneficiaries there.
Yeah. Get that ball back in and then throw through the block as Phantoms are charging back up again. Single ball over the top. Phantoms up on the running counter. Although I think they've just given them the 5th ball.
Yeah.
A bit too trigger happy there. A little bit trigger happy with the 4th ball, not knowing that it had not quite been trapped, but then very trigger happy with the last one. Phantom's facing 5 balls, only takes 1 and then a late 2 to take the hit.
I believe again it was that limited time left of the frame, so there was an opportunity for a hit, and obviously if you make that and the ball comes back, suddenly you only need the 1 catch to be winning that frame.
That's not wrong.
I do believe that's half-time as well. So 4-2 to Sheriffs.
We've seen
pretty even.
Yeah, we've seen 3 sets that have both been a fairly confident win both ways.
So what is it that you think Sheriffs need to do to sort of disrupt Derby's passive play?
Some of the effective stuff I think has been just their running counters, like charging at them as soon as Phantoms send that single ball attack. We've seen the wingers on the Sheriff side charging at them and being nice and aggressive, and then kind of surviving that attack. They're like the post throw covers. I think they need to make sure they're making those hits on those aggressive running counters first, because as soon as Phantoms start dialing in those post throws and getting the hit back, it's no longer worth it.
Yeah.
And that kind of like control from Phantoms to just take 3 balls, wait until they run into you and then throw through the block. That's going to win it out for Phantoms if they do that. But if Sheriffs can stay aggressive, stay confident with those shots, hit the running counters, and then survive the post throws, that's kind of the way I see it.
Yeah. Do you think for Derby it's more just remaining with what they know and love, which is that 2-ball running counter game, going up and punishing any releases, or do you think they need to change up what they're doing at all.
No, I think that's spot on with the first half of that. Is especially with like the structure of Phantoms, throwing into the back wall now. I think just throwing those single balls is kind of the way to go. Let Sheriffs come up and decide to throw away another ball, give you 4 balls or something when you're throwing against the wall, and that kind of like that structure and control from Phantom can help that.
And
it's been working for them enough in the first half of this.
Second half is underway, and Derby looking to take an early lead, but unfortunately not able to connect that throw.
Trapped by the Sheriff side, so they will get their 3 balls back.
Be interesting to see how each team adapts to now the difference in possession that they had from the first half.
Maybe we won't see Sheriffs be as aggressive. Just
yeah, maybe not.
Although the trapping so far, 2 out of 2.
Ooh. And very nice dodging, very close to that back line as well. So
it's the retrievers and the middle players doing the work on that trapping.
Derby with a probably uncharacteristic early post throw there, I would say. I don't know if that's just because they want to remain with 2 balls and leave that opportunity to do that running counter that they did there.
I tell you what, Coulshaw on the far side. I might be getting this wrong. I believe Coulshaw has played for Sheriffs and or still plays for Sheriffs. Maybe appearing in this open in the defensive. I don't know the exact movements of every player, but it was Coulshaw through the post row, so maybe it still is Sheriffs for a post row.
And a nice 2-ball attack from Sheriffs, getting a hit on that Derby player there. Evening it up at 5 pairs apiece. Derby with possession.
2 balls really nice. One draws the block and then the other onto the leg. That's textbook 2 balls.
Very hard to deal with that as a winger unless you're putting in that lateral movement to try and get out the way of it, either of those balls. And again, the counter to the counter, but unfortunately not able to connect for Derby.
Two balls, 1 high from Phantoms. That's going to be 2 balls at the Phantom side.
And 4 balls coming up.
Did you say 2 balls?
Yeah.
I don't know what I said anymore.
I think you also said Phantoms instead of Sheriffs when they threw, so...
well, it's...
I wasn't going to call you out on it, but seeing as you noticed yourself...
It's 10-1 and we've already lost the plot here. Still a long day ahead. Single ball for Phantoms. They're going to probably play this quite slow
and
now.
Trying to just play that safe meter away, but it does look like the ref has called her out for it.
Oh, there it is, yeah. I think the idea there from Phantoms is kind of take that single ball attack. If they don't make the hit and Sheriffs do nothing, that's fine.
Nice block there. Holding
case,
2 balls, got pre-thrown, but able to use both of the balls to secure the block.
Best case scenario is Sheriffs kind of push for it and overextend themselves. And they're just going to play
nice management there from Derby to just see out the time.
Well controlled, takes us to 4-all. Good control at the end there from the Phantom side. Obviously you need to get in that position in the first place, but that's what that kind of like control and understanding from all your teammates can do once you get up into like even a 1-player up situation. With not a lot of time left on the court, on the clock, then you can just kind of eke out that time till the end of the set.
And Derby again with that classic 2-ball running counter, but deciding not to go for it. Nothing was on. The Sheriff's players able to retreat very well, and lovely shot. It's that slight cross court that it's always so hard to deal with as a player in the middle because you've got such a wide angle that people can attack from. And
the post throw and then taking the catch as she was post throwing herself. That's a lovely chaos play.
Ooh. And very well dodged from the ref there.
Okay, trying to take out the ref. Does not count on your score sheet as an out. Nice low block on the Sheriff side.
Currently 2 players down, I believe.
2, I can't count. Yeah, 2 players down. 3 players down. The catch is taken in the middle.
It's always very hard to tell how many players each team has got because a lot of the time they're within 8-minute half. there can be a lot of substitutions. People aren't then changing their shirts over or anything like that. So,
a lot of commentators not paying enough attention.
oh, and a pop-up catch there for Sheriffs.
After taking that catch earlier in the set, Kay on the unfortunate end of a pop-up catch for the Sheriff side. Yeah. Takes them within 2 players now. Aggressive free throw.
Oh, and I think, yeah, unable to get up court to try and pressure that 4th ball. So
that is going to cost Sheriff's possession.
Ooh.
An early throw from Lund, followed up by the teammates, but it was really the fishing for that throw from Lund that took out the Sheriff's player there.
I almost don't mind that. You know play ball's just been called. You know they're in all likelihood going to throw 3 balls at the same target.
Yeah.
So actually just going for that first one is probably the better option.
Yeah, before the multi-ball comes in.
Yeah, and Derby just playing it safe again. Just playing out the time of this set. There will be one more set after this, so it may come back to bite them in the arse a little bit if Sheriffs are able to deal with that short set better than Derby is. But we say that, and maybe Sheriffs are going to make a little bit of a comeback in this penultimate frame.
For an exciting set here. Thinking going for the catch off this one is going to be the best possible play.
And Derby just being very sensible with the time.
They're all past the legs, and there goes time. And we go to 6-4 to Phantoms with 1 set left.
Should be about a minute and a half left, so
sets went to time.
Still enough time that I think this will probably play into Derby's hands. I think if it were that shorter 30-second set, then I feel Sheriffs have that opportunity to go a little bit crazy and possibly get it to pay off. Whereas I feel for this slight, it's enough time that the control from Derby should pay dividends.
Yeah, it's a bounce into the block of K. They do retain possession. They get their single ball attack. One hit here is going to be really valuable for them. And they get it, but it pop up and they've left it. Only one out though as another ball goes in to try and cover.
No one was entirely sure who was going to go for it, so everyone sort of backed away last second.
Back to even though as a hit onto the Phantom side. That's going to be called for invalid.
Looking for Sheriff's one player up.
But it goes short. Sheriff one player's up. They need some control now with this. Just a single ball into a ball, I think. That's a nice placement. K up with the counter is blocked, but the poster is caught by K. And Phantoms go up a player.
One player up.
Huge swing in the dying seconds for Phantoms.
I still think there's enough time that... double hit.
Sheriff's looking for the chaos, but the chaos bites back. Sends in the pre-throw and then is hit on the thigh.
Literally seconds left.
Watched by K. Play ball is called. Phantoms do have to go, but they throw one safe and then one into the knee, and that is the time.
Finishing 8-4, I believe, which...
Yeah, 8-4, a bit of a tight one there for Phantoms.
Yeah.
They were a player down with about 30 seconds left, but a lovely post-throw catch. 2 sets on the bounce from Natalie Kay. Really helps them secure that win, and they take it 8-4. Thank you very much for joining me, Tim.
Yeah, no, it's quite all right. It's always more enjoyable to be commentating with someone else rather than just chatting to yourself is what it feels like.
What's your next game?
I believe we've got Saints either now or one more game off and then playing. Should be quite a nice game for us. Saints getting quite a few points off Meteors over on court 3. So should be interesting to see whether they take that through into our game.
Yeah.
What about yourself?
Killer Bees, I think we're on at 120, which will be the next or after this one. They have Thunder Dodge, and we played Thunder Dodge. Nighthawks is the last game. And Storm 3. Storm 3 is the next game at 120 for Killer Bees. Yeah.
And what is the next on court 2, which you found very handily via the...
we have Wessex Wolves 2 versus Protect Your Neck. Wessex Wolves, obviously from the south of England. Protectio Neck over from the US of A. They have at least one international player on their team. Xander is a...
I would argue they're all international players.
They
if
are
they're,
all international players, technically.
Yeah. I don't know that was quite what you were meaning with that, but...
Xander, a USA foam player, but a talented cloth player as well. The rest of the players, as Xander said, they're very they're skilled, but they maybe don't have the game
knowledge
sense yet with cloth. So it can, you know what that means from a spectator standpoint? It means chaos.
It should be a good game to watch.
Yes. So Wessex 2, I know, have already put up a good performance earlier today against, I think, Phantoms. The scoreline betraying kind of how close they took some of those sets from what I saw. So I'm hoping for a good game here.
Hopefully there will be some other people that come over to commentate that, but that is me signing off.
Thank you very much. I'll be sticking here with you for at least the next game. Have a look around, see what's going on the other courts. We've got Spartans 2 warming up against, I think, Storm 4. On the near court here, we got Rangers warming up against London Saints. On the far court in the middle, I believe we're looking at Altrincham Dodgers versus, can't be Nighthawks, Wessex? Altrincham Dodgers versus Wessex, I think. Or is it the Northern Ireland team? What's it called? Shot Stars? Looks like Wessex though. Shot Stars may be refereeing. Over on the far courts we've got London Saints versus, I think, a Storm team. And Ronda Dragons versus Virtua Empire. If I could give you a breakdown of where the groups are at the minute, I would, but I absolutely have no idea how it's gone. I believe Meteors have won their game so far. I believe Rangers have won their game so far. Killabees have won their first game so far. I believe Derby Phantoms 1 have won all their games, including against Protectio Neck, who were, I think, 1-1 with a win and a loss. Bedford Eagles on the women's side have, I think, won at least one of their games against Queen Bees. And then the other Queen Bees game against Bedford Rangers, Queen Bees took that one. So with all of that information, I'm sure you can put together a little spreadsheet at home to work out who is winning each group. I know there's at least one person at home that may well be doing that. On camera now, on court 2, Protectio Neck lining up on the right against Wessex Wolves on the left. And I tell you what, they've actually got weirdly similar kits with the band there. No, am I making that up? No, they're not that similar. I'm just looking at the bands on the arm. It looks like they got 2 gold bands on the Wessex side, 2 gold bands, 2 white bands on the Protectio Neck side. However, I am 100% certain they did not collaborate on these 2 kits. Referee's just taping down a couple of the little ports, I think. Oh no, wiping for spillage, it looks like. Yeah, wiping up a spillage in the middle of the court. Make sure it's nice and safe for our players. Slight delay to the start of the game here, but we will be underway in just 1 second once that court is dry and safe. And I'm going to take this opportunity to have a sweet. I don't know what's happened over there, but it's like somebody's thrown an entire bottle of water or something down. We see Millward number 34 in the Black Bees kit with the camera for Protect Your Neck. They've brought the camera over so they can get some nice action shots of their games. And hired out Logan lookalike Millward to film for them. Wessex 2 on the left, Protect Your Neck on the right as we get underway. Wessex with the first play, single ball into the right hand side of Protect Your Neck, but finding no hit. Big single popped up from the hit, but just too far off court to dive and take that catch. So Wessex 2 going to take the first hit. Protect Your Neck, who I will refer to as Protect for ease for the rest of this game because I can't say the whole thing every time. Snap back immediately and get that hit. A lovely post throw onto the heels. Takes him a player up again. Oh, sorry, level. I think Wessex 2 also getting a hit, so we're 4-4. 2 balls sent in from that 4-ball attack and another single onto the feet. 2 from that left wing of Protect. Oh, dropped catch. But chaos opening up here. And Protect going to end up 1 player up. Dropped catch on the Protect sides, but Wessex staying too high. Nice 2-ball attack onto the right hand side of Wessex 2. 3-1 up, gonna need a miracle here. Oh, and it's a confident single from Simos. That's the kind of chaos I'm expecting from Protect here. Yes, could have gone with 3 balls, could have tried taking the hit together, but they back their throwing power so much that they're just going to take that hit when they see it. Fast, quick start from Protect. Gets them 3 balls this time. Referee's just making sure they make the ball alive. Ooh, not blocked on the Wessex side. I thought they had, but some discussion with the referees here. I think they're potentially talking about either a false start or whether or not he was on at the start of the set. Okay, I think it's about the stance at the start of the set, having the right amount of feet on the back line. Just clearing something up, but I believe all is good. However, now trying to clarify whether the Wessex player should actually be out because of what is talked about on the other side. However, with nothing actually happening to the Protect side, no out called for that start, the Wessex player is still out. As we get back underway now. Single ball low into the right hand side. Another post throw from that winger on the Protect side. Doesn't find the feet this time. Smart hop. A single ball rebound catch. Pops up and Wessex take the catch to take him out, but then Oh, but then a post throw cleans up, and another shot onto the toes rim. That's 3 already this game, hitting people on the feet through their block. This left winger on the protect side is being a menace for Wessex. Need to get those feet out of the way. Protect survived the 3-ball attack. That 2-ball though from Protect onto Wessex beats the block. Blocks the first, hit by the second. Gives Protect 2 balls again. Wessex going to give up 4 balls to try and get the hit. Free throw takes the hit, but Protect clean up. Protect sprint into the outbox. 1 left. We're going to see Simos take this single ball and send it at some point. Pressure there, just trying to get possession out of Wessex. Wessex going to need a strong single ball hitter to start bringing this back, but the pressure from Protect is going to be strong. Maybe looking for a catch instead. He just sends that ball over. Pre-throw catch with that stance. But a lovely shot. That's 4 for their left winger. 4 dings. Wessex 2 going to need to move those feet because he is sniping them. (4-0) to Protect. Wessex this time, not winning enough. Oh, and a pre-throw from the Wessex side from Gildersleeves is caught in the middle. That's a lovely catch. He's caught it before he's even recovered from his throw. Still in that throw-in stance. Just taking that catch into the gut, very nice. Big pre-throw from Simos. Finds the Wessex 2 player, and they're going to go 3 players up. Aggressive stance there. The standing throw is still has so much beams behind it. From the Protect side. As they come together at the front there. Woo. It's a 2-ball. The left winger of Wessex 2 takes them 4 players up. The pressure on from Protect. But decides to hold. They're just going to take possession here. Never mind. Is that another toe shot? Bit of a skimmer this time, but that is 5. If I can count right. Free throw comes in, but 3 balls is too many. Can't get the block off on all of them. And Protect goes 6-0 up. I think the throw-in power has just been too much for Wessex so far this game. The accuracy, hitting them on the lower shins, on the toes. It's been a bit too much to deal with so far. Gildersleeves with a big single to start them off this set though. Nice, good bait from the Wessex 2 side. Drawing in that left winger to give them possession. He sends 2 himself. Gives Wessex 4. And they're going to take out with 2 balls. 1 in on the Protect side, but it cost them 2 of their own players with post throws cleaning up the Wessex players. I think what was necessary there was sending 2 into that winger. Was doing the majority of the damage here. Oh, post throw. Pre-throw catch from the Wessex side. Lovely take as he drops down onto his side and takes that catch into his gut. Taking out that key player on the Protect side. Or this time using 2 to try and get the left-hand side of the protect. But now they're going to take 3. Oh, looking for the cross court, but bounces and then through the legs. Free throw takes the hit. Simo's getting up court, takes the chest pass hit, and that is the whistle. 1-1, I believe. That should be 1-1. There's another player. Sorry, didn't see that last player. Sorry, yes, correct. They had an extra player in on the left on the Wessex side. I did not see. So it's 2-1 to Wessex. They take that set to take it to 6-2 going into half-time. That's a very key set for Wessex too if they want to stay in this game. Only need to take 2 sets in this half, and they'll be back to 6-6, and then they'll probably go down to a final set after that. Protect your neck is no longer throwing into the wall, which could mean that they end up giving away possession a little bit more. They can't just barrel them into the middle and get away with it. They're going to have to be a little bit stricter with possession. But it's not been their entire game plan. They've done really well with some of their pre-throws, which can be a bit dangerous when you've got the wall behind you sending pre-throws in. Their catching's been very good as well, which isn't really going to change on this side. Well, if they're a bit looser with possession, it could give Wessex that wedge they need to get back into this game. They've been fast sets as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to go to 4 sets in the second half. Even if Wessex lose one of these sets, still plenty of time left on the clock to bring it back to 8 all. So a little bit of leeway for Wessex too. However, gonna need a strong start here. Make some single ball hits. Throwing singles down the middle, getting the ball back if they don't work out. Just keeping them away from the gut there, because Protect are gonna be taking those catches if they're not careful. Here we go with the second half. Protect's going to win that runoff and get the 3 balls first. Single finds the back of the Wessex. Blocked on the left wing and then dodged under, gives him 4 balls, but opts to take that hit right there in front of him. And Protect keep the 4 balls as that ball bounces back. And they're going to take the winger of Protect out. However, with their front line fault, the pre-throw finds a hit, and then the front line fault means that if you line fault at first and they hit onto the Wessex player, it does not count. He stays alive, and that means Wessex is going to go up a player, I believe. I think it's 4, is it 5 to 4? No, it's maybe 4 to 4. But they should stay even at 4-4. We're still having a chat about it, but if it's a front line fault, I think it's quite rare that the follow-through foot is the one that touches that line, so it's usually the front foot as you go to throw is where that line fault comes from. It looks like they have called him out still though, so maybe the second foot landing on that line. 3v3, 5 balls. Oh, 5 balls to Protect. Send 3 in. I'm not gonna lie, he almost stuck that. And then a pre-throw in, gets the hit, but he's traded out for himself. And I think that's the set. Cleaned up on the right-hand side as well. And Protect will take the set, 8-2. This is it for Wessex 2 now. It's do or die. They're going to have to win every set from here onwards to take this back to 8-all. Huge big single from Simos to start it off for Protect though. Wessex up for 2. They get one back, so not too bad. It's nice to, it's a good time to start trying to take those risks. Nice pre-throw, takes the hit against Simos. But then 2 balls onto the left-hand side is cleaned up. Both teams staying, or Protect staying high to try and compound on this possession. Very foam-esque style. If you have the balls in, your teammates are together, then, well, let's just take that hit while it's there. As Wessex use all 5 balls to take out a middle player on the Protect side to even things up at 3-3. This kind of chaos has worked well for Wessex so far this set. As they beat the block of Protect, not beating his block that time. Late single, I think, on the play ball, having to send one. Blocked on the Wessex side as they come up with a counter, but decide to hold off. They're going to take 3 balls instead. Probably going to see a pre-throw from the Protect side this time. Wessex going to need to pin them back in some kind, because if not, it's a big double running counter. 2 balls onto the left-hand side, and the double running counter comes up. Throwing out ball, but it's blocked. No. That bounced. Yeah. No. Bounce. There we go. I think the ref did call bounce, but he misunderstood what they were saying. Wessex side just telling his teammate that he is still there. They've got 4 balls now, going to send them all. Oh, wait for the pre-throw. They block and then go together. And he can't take the catch, gets his hands on it, but pops it away. And up high on the running counter, takes the hit. A confident set finish for the Wessex side. I think some Wessex players wishing he waited for the 2-ball attack, but he's got him on the backtrack, he's got him low, dodging down. I don't hate it, it's a good time to get that hit. He's not looking for the tombstone or anything like that. It's a good hit to end the set. We go 8-4, Wessex 2 within distance of Protect. Protect winning that runoff again, going to get the first shot. Simos can't find the toes this time, and Wessex going to get that shot back. Gildersleeves finding their hit. Huge single, big arm, Gildersleeves. They're giving it to him again. This time from the middle, over the top. I think that bounced. Bounced into, bounced back into the Wessex player from Simos. Gildersleeves hops over and then blocks. That's going to give Wessex 3 balls, only 3 balls. Another big single from Gildersleeves, can't find the hit this time. They get that reload though off the back wall, they're going to get it again. Simos wants to go, but possession says no. Going to keep those 2 balls for now. Once again off the wall. Gives them plenty of opportunities here. They need to be patient with it. Can't be sending balls into the gut. Just like that. Oh no! And then the second ball blocked as Wessex tried to clean up the bobble catch, but he does block it after he secures that catch. Only by a player though, and Gildersleeves take that single back. Blocked by the Wessex side, but blocked by Protect Your Neck, and the rebound catch is taken. Brings Wolves back up to 6, a full suite against the Protect 4. Gildersleeves into the wing, 2 balls into the wing, and then going for a trade up court, but survived. Absolute chaos. I can't speak fast enough to tell you what's just happened, but then a late throw into the tombstone of Protect. That is not what they needed. Now Gildersleeves under pressure. Protects up by 2 players. Wessex with the 3 balls. Wessex with the 3 balls. Player's going to be on them. Charging post throw, but takes a catch on the post throw. Gildersleeves is hit on the post as well. Oh my days. Some outstanding plays from Protect Your Neck in all that chaos. Coming out ahead in those trades. Massively. Very unfortunate from the Wessex side. Looked like they got themselves into a good position, but the chaos just didn't favour them. That's when the kind of the talent of the Protect side is able to shine a little bit. Taking those catches, 2 catches in all of that mess. Really makes a big swing to the play. And now at 10-4, they're really, really up against it. I think time's probably going to go. It's going to be about set difference now. As Simos takes the free throw, but is cleaned up as well by the Wessex side. Protect going to play her up with 4 balls. Probably going to see 2 balls. A free throw coming across, but just about dodged. And then 2 balls into the winger of Wessex. Does find the hit. 2 players up on the Protect side. Wessex with a single, but taken by Protect. And then a late post throw again. No more toe shots from that winger this half, but still being a threat to them. Oh, lovely spin shot onto the Protect player. Some beautiful play from the Wessex side. And a catch taken from Protect to end the set. It's going to take us to 12-4 and probably a 30-second set to end the game. I think at this point we're probably going to see some chaos on both sides in this final 30-second set. Here we go, 30 seconds on the clock. Protect winning the runoff. Slow setup. Simos taking the first throw and takes the post throw catch off the same player. Hit and catch, that's 2 outs, but it only counts as 1 because it's the same player. With 3 balls on the Wessex side, looking for the feet, can't find him. Gildesleeves, tries to take the single. The post throw from Simos is in his hands, but just bobbles out. Simos gets it under, and a block up high. And there goes time. Protect take the final set to go 14-4 in this game. Win to Protect. Hope you've enjoyed. Next up on the score is Killer Bees versus Storm 3. Thank you for listening to my droning voice. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll catch you in the next one, or the one after that, or maybe the one after that. See ya!
and a bit of a late start, but we're commentating the Saints 2s, I believe, against, Wessex 2. So, by the looks of it, we're only a little way through the first set. Wessex 1 player up after that nice hit from Saints. And I am joined by a wonderful face over from Kapow.
Actually, I play for Ballyhack, but we're in a combined team, Shot Stars. My name's Alex Watts. Normally play for Ballyhack, but we're Northern Irish fun team with Sam Lav. 2 versus 4.
I suppose he still counts a bit.
Nice block.
Good pressure there at the front of the court from Wessex, just denying Saints the opportunity to do a running counter. Two balls get thrown at him, but manages to go 2D past them.
Do you know who the favourites would be in this game?
Probably Wessex favoured.
Out 2 ways, hit and caught.
Not a catch in the end because the player was already out from the hit at the front. But,
I would still count it in my stats, I think.
Oh yeah, I'd count it in mine, but for everyone else it doesn't count. So Wessex taking the first frame and going 2 points up.
And that's with the wall to their back, which I would expect makes a big difference. Got wall and net.
Yeah, on this court.
Win the runoff, going up with 3. Free throw, hits,
Oh.
catch made. Up to
Yeah,
just
very nice start from Saints.
pushes that.
And the player definitely looks pretty happy about that. Really nice pressure there, but unfortunately not able to click the toes of the Wessex player in the middle. Nice attempted trap there from the player on court. Obviously, playing against that wall, you need your retrievers to be very on it to make sure the balls don't go back easily, and players on court as well, if they can, stop that ball rolling.
Yeah, definitely.
3 balls now for Wessex. 1 player down.
Catch made again, same player, I think. Number 15.
Yeah, the wing player from Wessex able to get a hit on the Saints winger, but obviously still totally not worth it with that catch given up, and unlucky on the block there. Got the ball to it, but just not enough on it to stop it from getting his foot. And it's looking like this game's going to even up very shortly. Saints now with the 3 balls, so looking to finish off this frame.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Good shot. Lovely snipe.
Yeah, it looked like one of the players was calling that it was a bounce, but refs decided it was a hit, as well as the player who attempted the catch. So evens it.
2
Evens
points
it
apiece,
up at
yeah.
2 points apiece, but the ref looks like they may have put it on the wrong side, so this scoreboard on the stream is going to be corrected shortly.
What?
Also streamed over on Court 1 will be Phantoms versus Rangers. So that one is without commentary though, so far less exciting. And Saints again utilising this wall, getting a throw, getting the ball back. And exactly the same again, they're just able to utilise that wall really well.
It's almost like an extra player, just like helps you out so much, having that wall.
Both teams managing to control the pace of the game very well as that lovely hit comes in. Wessex managing to hit out a Saints player there. There's been a lot of matches on this court where the pace is just picked up throughout the match because you're playing to that wall, the ball's coming really fast and you want to do something with them. Whereas both teams able to keep it nice and slow, keep it steady.
Great catch.
Oh.
They got play to'd, took their time, chose their shots, and then the post throw on the winger got caught. Catch made!
Oh. Little bit of a jiggle there, but secured, and the Wessex player trying to protect that catch ended up giving them 4.
Another double.
I think that was actually 2 single hits that then both rebounded into both other players. So,
oh my god.
So it looks like it's a 2-on-5 now.
I'd like to see Wessex draw this out if they're losing.
Whoa. And that snipe there definitely going to help cut off the Saints' momentum.
No.
Oh, nope. Lots of balls very close to people, but nothing for the majority of it, and then Saints ending up getting a player out. So looking to finish off this frame as well. Free throw attempt, but well dealt with. Oh.
Good effort.
Yeah, it's hard. I think did the right thing in not going for those 2 grouped balls, but then not able to adjust, reset himself for that last delay ball.
Maybe still looking at those 2, still in the dodge mindset. Hard to switch back into that catch. New set.
Oh, nice throw.
Hit.
When you don't have a wall,
who needs the wall if you make
just use a player. Yeah, straight off his chest, rebounded, bounced straight back, and able to keep hold of it.
An invalid, lost grip of the ball, gives away 4.
They do manage to get a hit with the actual throw that went through, so 1-for-1-ish. Oh, I think that's a bit of a bold decision going for the free throw there with the wall behind you.
Yeah,
exactly. And it doesn't pay off for him. Meaning he does go out, leaving it
post throw hits on
4 and 4, and wasn't a hit from Wessex, but Saints hitting out the Wessex winger. Again with the free throw, but works. A lot of excitement. Looks like that's time, but possibly a hit on the Wessex player, which
looks like refs are calling that in Wessex' favour.
And that is the half, so Wessex and Saints drawing at the half.
Yeah, 4 apiece.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting to see how these teams adjust to playing against, well, with the wall over the net now, the inverse of what it is in the first half. Surprisingly, we've actually seen quite a few teams do almost better with the wall behind them. They're not as
trigger happy.
Not as trigger happy. They're able to just play the sensible game and do well from that. And the noises you may be able to hear in the background is people reacting to this Derby Rangers game, which is spicy, I'm not going to lie. Looks like the score is currently 3-1 to Rangers, but a bit of a incident there with Tapping. Didn't think he was hit. Tamas thought he got hit, and then Tapping made a hit afterwards. So, be interesting to see the outcome of that. So, what are you expecting to see the change up in the second half for this Wessex team? Do you think they'll still?
I think it just means you can kind of turn up the pressure, release a bit more. If you want to press, you know that single ball hopefully is getting trapped. So free throws, post throws, and pressing, you just dial it up, and you get to throw more balls. Throw more balls, you get more hits.
Yeah. I think sums it up pretty well.
I mean, they were pre-throwing a lot with the wall behind them, and somehow it was working. I think there was a lot of balls being thrown out wing, which, you know, they're angled, they're blocked, they tend to stay more than if you just blast it down the middle.
Yeah. So the second half is now underway. Wessex, I think, a little bit disjointed, only sending a single runner there. But gets the 2 balls, gets back cleanly, and unlucky there.
A little bit of a fish, perhaps.
Yeah.
Reaching outside that body. And then a hit.
Nice work there. Throwing it quite central, using that wall, getting a skim off the body, off the wall, straight back to him.
Interestingly, other team pushing up, trying to absorb some of that pressure, make them throw a ball, maybe get some ball possession, but they get through the block anyway.
And the retrievers for this Saints team, possibly not doing the best tactic in standing behind their players, instead down on the wings. It can work well in some scenarios, but a lot of the time when it's against the wall, you want to get a touch on that and prevent it. Oh,
double hit.
Cheeky pre-throw for a double hit.
Puts it within one.
Does leave Wessex all 5 balls. And they get 2 hits from it. So,
2 targets, 2 hits. That's how you end the set.
I think that may have been one player going a bit gung-ho and choosing to go against the call, but it worked out for them very well. Making it 6-4 to Wessex. And again, two runners this time for Wessex, working, not able to get that middle ball, but to disrupt it and prevent a quick attack. Saints not able to get a hit off that start.
The high pressure again. Let's see if their wingers can make the blocks though. Last time, both wings, both sides, block broken.
Looks like it was a retriever issue there. I mean, it's harsh, but it is correct. The ball came from the other side. The retriever went to stop it, but the ball was on court at the time. And looks like a very effective set of throws. Got 2 hits, a line as well, and still have 4 balls.
There was also a ricochet catch, but they had 6 on court.
So Saints definitely looking to even things up.
6v3. Nice.
Good dodges there, just staying out of the way of it, not worrying about trying to make a catch to even the player count. Just
still got that wall.
They've still got plenty of time as well left in this frame.
Yeah. Must be nearly the full set at least. There's a ball trapped.
Does look like at least one of the retrievers has moved towards the back of the court, so
that's good.
Hopefully that should see a little bit more possession for the Saints. Nice release there.
High throw makes a hit.
Pinging off the Saints shoulder, going high, no way of dealing with that. Ooh, nearly on the cross court there, but the player just about aware enough to get out of the way of that.
Very good ball possession from Saints.
Both sides, to be honest.
Both sides, yeah. But they're absorbing those free throws, not giving away 4.
Saints still 2 players up and make that 3. Just a skim of a hit there.
It's probably not long left in the set.
He releases, but
team's calling hold. Hold. 1 hit.
They're just trying to pick up the pace of this. They know there's not long left of the frame, and they know that actually that quick-paced game really does favour the Wessex side.
They've brought it to within 1.
And Saints probably regretting not attempting the catch off that block there. No hit made. So, dying seconds. And it looks like not as convincing a win as I thought it was going to be when it was a 6-on-3.
Yeah, I think Wessex threw maybe like 12 balls there to Saints' 2, I think.
Yeah.
Well, you get the win.
Making it 6-all, so still very close in this. Neither side really like stamping their authority. Obviously, the scoreline is even, but also even in the individual frames, it has been very tit for tat.
Yeah, it's been. If a team wins, they win that set. There's not been any comebacks, I think, we've seen yet. False start, no. Ball not live.
Yeah, I'm assuming a ball not live. Play is going on, so
That's a
low throw bouncing before the player,
I thought a hit.
according to the centre ref. But
ref's calling hit.
several of the B's ref on the far side calling it as a hit.
You think bounce, I think hit.
I mean, it's a hard one. Like, actually, I think a lot of the time the refs further away actually have a better view because they can see how that trajectory of the ball has changed.
They've not had to like whip their eyes across.
Yeah, and hit called eventually. So Saints 1 player up and with 3 balls. A score update on court 1. It is looking to be a 5-all game at the moment. Sort of halfway of the second half, so probably worth a watch back, but don't leave us yet because this game as well also looking very tight.
This game also drawn. Wessex 1 player up.
Again, utilising the wall. Retriever now dropping behind to try and prevent that easy bounce back.
Oh, catch me! That's a hit.
So that's a hit. A player then going out to secure the catch.
I think that leaves you 1 up overall.
Yes, I believe so. Worth it for the Saints team because also that player has been hit out regardless. So actually, you're just going out for a catch. Wessex, couple of fakes at the front of the court.
Nice.
Not necessarily necessary.
Yeah, I think you can really run into these without.
Yeah, there is very few pre-throws coming in from teams, so actually just going through, putting your arms behind it and ensuring you've got that power to bounce off the wall or players.
Yeah.
I think the better tactic, but we should see how that pays off for them. Oh, lovely hit there. Again, very disjointed with the fakes, but the winger from Wessex actually able to just stay that little bit further back, have that couple of step run up, which got him the power to get that hit. Does mean they are 2 players up with 4 balls, and 1 at the front of the court. The Saints player decides to step off.
Smart.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be a short last set.
30 seconds. With
the Wessex team 2 points up as it stands. So a draw is definitely on the cards.
It's going to be very tough for Saints here. They need to win the middle ball and get a hit. Maybe releasing 2 because otherwise they're just going to have ball.
Yeah, it's that.
You don't even
the
have to
lack
throw
of the
to
wall
hit.
in that second half. Wessex know exactly what they need to do to win the game, and they've got the wall to utilise it. Ball not live, so had to return to go.
Bounce called. I think if you're Saints here, you're looking for catches because you need your hit. Post throw.
Post throw
Saints
does get
1.
the hit, so up 1, but does give 4 balls over to Wessex.
I need respond.
I'm fairly sure that was no hit called. Whistle first, so that would be a Saints win for the draw.
For a draw, yeah. Good close game.
Very, very tight at the end, so refs just going through, chatting about it, trying to make sure they get to the right decision. And yeah, it looks like Wessex are a bit disappointed, so I'm assuming it was a draw at the end. Thank you very much for joining me. That was wonderful commentating. And
good luck in your games.
Cheers, you too. And someone should maybe be commentating the next match, but it won't be me. So see you later.
God. Wait. What a catch from the Ronda player. I think we're chill. Oh, Ronda with the 4-ball attack. Gets the hit. Gets another hit. Missed it. Oh, what? That's really bad.
Hello everyone, hopefully you are joining us on Court 2 of the British Dodgeball live stream, where we have the women's final for you, which is Domain Spectrum on your right versus Derby Phantoms 1 on your left. I'm Kath Ward, I'm joined by...
Sam Ward, nice to see you.
It's been a while.
Indeed. Underway, Domain Spectrum winning that middle ball.
3 balls.
Jones sends one early into the thick of it. No connection.
There'll be a lot of noise, I'm afraid, in the background. We do have the men's final and the women's bronze medal match going on at the same time.
Oh.
Catch made by Anne Sponsoniori on...
Dalkin TT.
Yeah,
I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, apologies. Yeah.
Behind the ball, unfortunately.
Gower makes a subsequent hit on Van Burk.
Yep, so 2 players in hand for Domain Spectrum. If you were preferring to watch the men's final, you can switch over to the stream 1, which unfortunately is not commentated, but you're more than welcome to do that. We're hoping to sort some commentary out sort of after the effect, so that will hopefully be on YouTube in the next few weeks. 2 balls but don't find target, so still 4 players on for Derby 1.
Yeah, Bonsignore and Hems applying a lot of pressure on the wing.
Bonsignore releases.
Derby elected to set. They've got play 3. 3 are going to have to go.
Pre-throw. Oh,
So
pre-throw
take out
from
2
Storch.
targets. Take
Yeah.
out Storch and Jones in some order.
Yeah, I would think Storch was marginally first, but that's not my call. So we shall see what they
4 in
how they
hand
sort
now
out.
for Domain Spectrum.
Yeah.
Pre-throw from Tranter takes out Smith, but some punishes there from the right wing of Spectrum. And they've got 4 balls to play with once again. Allam and Tranter left in for Phantoms.
Good dodging from Tranter. That other ball has gone miles, so it might be a minute before we get that 3rd ball in. The ball retriever has at least gone after it. So 3 balls to Derby Phantoms with 2 players on court against 4 of Domain Spectrum. Dodged by Bonsignori, blocked by Hems, blocked by Tranter. Lots of pressure up court, blocked by Gower.
And a great
a hit by Bonsignori.
Great change up by Bonsignori. Realises that Tranter, no strength to catch herself, decides to go at Allam as a slightly safer target and manages to get through the block. Double counter opportunity. Tranter gets out the way. She goes again. Hems looks fishing for it, but unable to make the catch. Gower tries getting the punish, but Tranter survives this one.
Yeah, I think with Tranter being so keen, as many of us know, to drop to her knees, even on the backtrack and go for a catch, I think, and the placement from Gower was quite purposeful there. Yeah, there we
Double
go,
counter,
great dodge.
doesn't make the mark. Tranter goes again. Gower gets out the way. Bonsignori once more. Plenty of back and forth, but no one losing this cat and mouse game just yet.
Block from Gower, trying to stay as high. Catch from
catch by
Bonsignori.
Show of appreciation from both sets for that exchange.
Yeah.
High quality exchange.
I think Bonsignori admitting that she made a split-second decision and it really paid off for her there with that jump, but it was a great take.
It's always a risky one to commit to. If the catch doesn't quite stick, then it's a 1v1 between Tranter and Gower, which is a very delicate situation Gower would have been left in, but no harm in this case. So 2-0 to Domain Spectrum.
So as again, if you haven't been only tuned in for the finals, we have open format today, so we're only playing 8-minute halves. So we're expecting to only see probably 3 sets a half. So any early momentum pickup can be really, really vital for teams to secure the win. So we'll see whether Derby, with a good hit on Jones there.
Yes, slightly sluggish start for Domain Spectrum with a couple of cheap hits from Bonsignori and Gower, and then a multiple attack takes out Jones to boot.
3 balls for them now. What single from Hems doesn't find a target. 3 balls to Derby Phantoms. Blocked by Hems. Oh, fake out by Hems. Lots of pressure, lots of moving up court. So both teams like an aggressive style, which should make for an interesting game.
Yeah, the cover from both teams has been pretty impregnable so far. Yeah. The 2 remaining ball holders after the single ball attacks staying up just a hair to ensure that the thrower is able to retreat in safety.
Yeah. Lots of pressure from Darkantite.
both teams quite wary of the catching prowess of the other, electing to go ball holders an awful lot.
Quick footwork with Tranta there just to get our shoulders out of the way. But 3 balls again to Spectrum.
A 2-ball attack eventually comes out of Spectrum. It's up.
Ah.
Smith looks for it, but the ricochet nearly falls away of Hems, but not quite. But Dalkentite is exchanged in the process. Hems and Storch left in on their own against 5 Phantoms to deal with.
Yeah, 3 balls, plenty of control, but you can see that Millington and good hit on Hems.
Storch left in on their own. Phantoms have 3 to play with, and they've got a 4-player advantage.
Yeah. Good dodge from
Van Murray sent on
Storch.
safe.
Block from
Blocked
Allen.
Gower, yes, Allen, apologies.
It's been a long day this end.
It sure has.
Yeah, bounce there on Storch. Duck from Tranta. No, they cannot be.
Double catch opportunity.
Yeah.
Catch made by Storch. Yeah, it was close to the ground, but she gets her hands underneath it, picks up the catch from Van Murrick, and Bonsignori's back in.
Yeah. Yeah, apologies for the noise background there. That was a very important set win for London Storm on the men's side, but we'll get you that result when they go to their half time. Yeah, so Bonsignori and Storch in for Spectrum, and we still have 4 Phantoms players in. Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, Storch loses control of the ball, and that will go as an invalid attempt.
Yeah,
I
she
think
had to
that
do
set's timed out.
Yeah, she had to. I think Storch had to do it regardless. Because had to look for that catch because it's probably their best chance of winning the set. But Tranta's placement just a little too good.
Yeah. So as we were just saying, these are short games, and we are now 2 for 2. So Derby doing really well there to stamp some authority on that set to make sure that we've still got a very close final on our hands.
Even at this early stage at 2-0, it almost felt like must not lose for Phantoms to take a 4-0 deficit going with a short set before half time. Another early hit made on Bonsignori.
Dodged by Tranta, dodged by Jones. So we're still 6 Phantoms on 5 Spectrum players. Great dodging by Millington in the middle for Phantoms.
Two counters
two
and one gets through the block of Gower. 4 balls here for Spectrum. And they got a couple of players down. They could do with reducing this deficit. They're able to do so. They make a mark on Allen.
So 3 balls to Spectrum, who are now 2 players short. Oh no, sorry, 1 player short.
Yeah, Smith in the background.
Smith in the background. 5 balls to Derby though. That has gone poorly for Spectrum.
Ill-discipline for Spectrum, giving away the balls. But they had to. That was the amount of time they had. These games go thick and fast.
Yeah, so
Phantoms take a 4-2 lead into half time.
Yeah, so from what I said, it was a very dominant first set from Spectrum. We're now at 4-2 in favour of Phantoms. To give you that update on the men's court, which on the other stream, it is 4-2, I believe, in favour of Spartans. So they, or 4-4 actually, looking at the board. Apologies for giving you dud information. So all square on the men's court in the men's final. They are about a minute and a half maybe ahead of us.
Yeah, they're just taking their half time as well. They'll probably get underway in a little while. Yeah, plenty of support for both teams.
Yes, if you're wondering what the heads of all the people you could see on the stream for this court, that is the crowd watching court 4, I believe it is. As people who've been following the stream for most of the day might have realised, we've moved to the central court so that there is less difference when you change ends for the finals, because we're now playing curtain to curtain rather than curtain to wall. I think, like, obviously the right choice, especially for the final matches, because I think it has been quite decisive in certain matches today, having that harder surface behind one end.
Yeah, it gives a very different complexion to the game where you know you might not get the balls back. Opens up a lot of or it certainly has an influence on the way that the game is played, certainly safe to say. Right,
so Derby, we assume, feeling like the momentum is in their favour. So what would your 2 coaching points to Domain be at this point?
I think cheap hits at the start were what cost them the second set of the of the half, and I guess a bit of ill discipline on ball possession for the second one. But it's like these games are so nip and tuck. It can be those tiny decisions that can really swing the course of sets. And in 8-minute halves, you don't play too many of them.
Well, indeed, I feel like it really is. You can make a mistake in one set, that you lose it narrowly. Then you go into the next set being like, you have to do something in that set, and that can force issues. A massive catch from Millington. Drops to her knees in the middle of the court, takes Storch out of the running. Good move from Gara in the middle.
Bonsignori gets one through the crowd and gets the catch on Phillips.
Yeah.
Van Murk stranded up court, but Gower and Bonsignori like to leave her alone, realising they got 2 players up and only 2 balls to play with.
Yes, I don't think I saw how Dalcantite went out to begin with, but we are now 4 on 6 in favour of Domain.
Bonsignori putting her arm to use, and Smith manages to make the mark on Millington.
Yeah, so 3 players to 6 now, so the Spectrum will be keen to keep this momentum swing in their favour. Blocked by Storch. Ball bounces off the referee, so they get to keep it on their side.
Right place, right time for the ref.
Yeah.
Plenty of pace coming out. Gower sends one towards Tranter. Tranter makes a mark on Hems, and then Bonsignori makes a mark on Van Murk.
Yeah.
4 balls here for Domain.
All balls on Tranter.
And trades herself for Smith.
Yeah, which numbers work in Domain's favour, so they'll be pleased with that play. Just Annam left in for Phantoms. Oh, catch by Jones.
Very emphatic sets for Domain.
Yeah.
4 all.
Yeah. And just like that, as you say, suddenly now, neither team. So we will have at least 2 more sets. Because I think that would still have been at least a 2:30, maybe a 2:20 set.
Yeah, I'd probably say so. I guess it comes down to whoever wins this set is now
holding
massive
advantage.
in the context of the game.
Yeah.
Because whoever loses it knows that they probably can't afford to lose another one afterwards.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, this final going right down to the wire.
Slight issues with the ball retriever getting the balls in. High pressure from Dalcantite especially, but doesn't find the feet of Amy Jones. 6 on 6 still.
Jones
6 on 5.
sends one towards Allen.
Yeah, 6 on 4. Sorry, I got my numbers wrong again. I do apologise.
Van Murk and Allen in the outbox currently for Phantoms.
Yeah. Dodged by Millington. Blocked by Smith. Yeah.
Plenty of pressure from the 2 wings.
Yep. Dodged by Storch. Happy to reset with 3. I think a bit of a settler that previous set for Domain. So I think the sort of slight discipline issues we were discussing, I think, have now settled down.
Trades between Gower and Dalcantite.
Yeah, it was a good hit by Dalcantite, but really well played by Gower, because she knew that as long as she also got the hit, that was well worth doing.
Lots
Hits
of balls
by
on
Tranter.
Tranter. Nicely played from good timing from the Domain. Gives away 4 balls, but with Phillips and Millington, only 2 arms to put them to use. They send 2 towards Storch just to get out of the way.
Ball goes out the back again for Domain, although with 3 balls in Phantom's hands, that this won't affect the flow of the game too much.
Phantoms Domain get it back early enough for them to consider a counting opportunity, but neither player looking interested in that.
Yeah, Millington, I think, achieved her goal, just to get a ball back onto Domain. They'll be looking for catches now. Yeah, invalid called on Hems.
Yeah, looked close, but probably about right.
Yeah, bounce on Phillips from Bonsignori.
Yeah, Bonsignori just looking to waste a little bit of time. Wind down the clock a little bit more.
Yeah.
2 balls look for Storch.
Yep, 4 balls. As long as one doesn't roll off, there we go. Got it in hand now. So 4 balls for 4 players for Domain. Oh, dodged by Millington.
She gets out of the way of all of them.
Yeah.
Potentially a little, yeah. It was a big investment that from Domain to give away all 5 balls.
Oh, huge dodge from Jones.
Not a significant cost with Jones getting out of the way of both 2 ball volleys from the 2 Phantoms. And now they have 4 to play with once again. Block from Smith.
4 balls to Domain.
And
All
they
on
send the
Millington.
Millington, and they do make the mark this time. Phillips left on her own. And she makes the mark up on Signori. It's a one-catch game all of a sudden.
And the points go
that's
to
all.
Domain. So, in order to be fair, so that only puts Domain 6 points ahead of 4 with Derby Phantoms. We will now have a fairly short set of a length. I apologise, we do not know. However, Phantoms need to win this within the time. Well, no, we'll go to tie break, won't
Not
we?
necessarily, yeah. So
if Phantoms get up,
yeah.
do you slam the brakes on?
Would you rather play a 30-second set or a minute overtime? Is the real question.
I mean, if we were a league, we'd be saying the minute sets are always a lottery. So does it stand that 30-second sets doubly so?
I think that's probably fair to say, and I'm not sure if that was actually invalid from Smith. I think Tranter was so close that that might actually be a valid attempt. It doesn't give away 4 balls.
Yeah.
They send 2 at Jones.
Well held
Blocks
by
them both.
Jones, I think.
Yeah, good decision, realising that one of the balls is running away.
3 balls for Phantoms now. Catch
Catch
from
from
Smith.
Tranter's gone. 1 player up for Domain. Dalton Ticey looks for Jones and gets the ball back off the bench.
3 balls for Phantoms. Domain happy to sit a bit further back with that pressure. There we go. They only need to win this by 1 pass and then the match, the gold medal is theirs. 3 balls now to Domain. With a even on players, bounce there. Of course, a draw here for Domain will win them the medal, the gold medal. So they,
they
you
can
can
last
see
all
why
the
they're
time.
taking the pace slightly out of the game.
Yeah, and knowing that probably shows you how Domain are like to play. Quite passive and conserved.
Bounce. Bounce. So good.
Gower caught in no man's land a little bit, but managed to survive.
3 balls for Domain. Ball from Hems does not hit Van Moon. 3 balls to Derby. We cannot have that much time left on the clock. Great dodge from
Gower gets
Gower
out
in the
the
middle
way.
there. Oh no, Derby are 1 down. I do apologise because Tranter is out. So if Domain can hold this out, then they are seconds away from a gold medal here at the British Open. 4 balls. Walking up with
looking
control.
to further their advantage here.
Fake. All 4 balls on Dalcantite, who I think jumped in front of Alem to a large extent. Hit on Jones straight into the ball retriever, but it might not make a difference. Hit on Millington.
Not entirely sure what's gone on here.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay,
Allen was out before
Allen
she
was double hit before she hit Jones. Right, that makes sense. So yes, in the full ball attack at Dalcantite, I think one of them managed to make its way onto Allen. She was a dead player at the point where she made the hit on Jones, so Jones is still here.
Yeah. There we go, and the title goes, well, the British Open gold medal for this year goes to Domain Spectrum. Congratulations, ladies. I think a really good final.
Yes,
a bit jarring for
deserved.
us. I'm being used to the 15-minute halves, but a great game nevertheless.
100%. Congrats to Domain Spectrum for the gold medal. Commiserations to Derby Phantoms for silver.
If we would potentially strongly recommend flicking over to the other stream if you're with us at the moment, because it is currently 6-6 in the men's final with a time stoppage. We might as well keep talking about it.
Yes, it looks like it might be a 30 seconds left or 30 second set. Not entirely sure what's the.
So we are currently 4 players to 3, we think. But we haven't got as good a view of the court 1 because it court 4.
Yeah, it looks like Spartans are up a player. So this match once again going down to the wire.
Yeah. While they get all sort of sorted out with sweat on court 4, please do remember that British Champs is being held in Kettering this year.
Yes,
on
14th of June.
And tickets are available on the British Dodgeball website if you'd like to come down and watch what is sure to be a brilliant day of Dodgeball, always one of the highlights of the calendar. And of course, many of us turn our attention to Euros. It played in Limerick this summer, starting on the 24th of June.
24th, 25th, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Last
the
year.
middle of that week. So we rest assured, although it is summer, there's still plenty of dodgeball to watch and also to play for our international members. So yeah, we are 5 players on 3, 15 seconds left, 1-5.
Hit made.
Hit made. Yeah, we are 4 on 1.
Yeah, and I think Storm stepping off to permit a 30-second set.
Oh, blimey.
So yes, current standing, Storm a set down, a 30-second set. Win to take it to overtime. Spartans know that a win or a draw in this 30-second set will see them the gold medal.
Yeah. Right, so let me see if I can get a timer going, because it'd be good to measure that 30-second set.
These things go by in a flash. Swaby wins the middle ball from Anderson.
Yeah. Hit
Initial
on
heart
Sood.
on Sood.
6 players Spartans, 5 players to Storm. 3 balls with Storm. Hit on Sheeran, so Storm down to 4 men.
Anderson
Hit
looks for a catch,
Anderson.
doesn't make it. Brindle Craven tries to make magic happen.
Yeah. 3 players to Storm.
Trade between Clark and Neil. Brindle Craven and Ndumbe trying to make miracles happen, but it's too little, too late.
It's over. Spartans men's are the British Open champions, along with Domain Spectrum for the women's. With the silver medals, we have London Storm once for the men and Derby First for the women. For the bronze medals, to be honest, can't comment on that because I haven't seen either of the finals, but those matches were played between Bedford Eagles and Manchester Bees for the women's, and they've just finished between Meteors and Manchester Bees for the men's. So, there we go. I think it's finally time for us to leave you.
Yes, brings that a full-on day of dodgeball to a close.
Yeah, we hope to see you again soon, and have a great summer.